as a vet, but everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit. We won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us up to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Don't box me in, I do my own thing, spirit is right within. I got my own way, violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again, better let me loose, you know that I got the juice, everything I got to do, words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move, we can't fit in your box, we too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box, we don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. We can't fit in your box. We're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine.
Let's go. everyone, and welcome back to the MEA Championship Show on the desk with myself, DK and Sproxy. And of course, as per usual, we're going to be taking you through all the action, chaos, and mayhem that is going to be unraveling out on the battlefield. So the first day has already concluded. Now we're getting ready to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. It is day number 2. It is time for even more carnage and mayhem to come through. And I think this is going to be an absolutely exciting day. Of course, already as we were talking about it yesterday, we've already been seeing quite a bit of an upset, right? With regards to the performances that we had coming through in the finals, now leading into this day number 2, I don't even know what we could be expecting, right? I think at this point, still anything could pretty much go.
Yeah, we had so many upsets yesterday. We had so many surprises yesterday that trying to put together a plan of what to expect for the viewers today definitely caught me off guard. I sat in front of my notes for a good 30 minutes before I decided there's nothing I can say really that's going to make any sense by the time we get to map number 2
Mm.
because these teams are constantly adapting. I guess that's the only takeaway. The teams are constantly changing what they are doing from map to map to map to ensure that they give their best possible performance, which is what they should be doing because this is the championship.
Yeah, it 100% is. And of course, if you agree with us or even if you disagree with us, be sure to let us know on social media. You can hit us up, but also give a few shout outs for your team, right? Tell us where everything is going. Who do you think is going to be the one to clutch it out? It is, of course, well, important that you include the hashtag there, right? Include the PMPL MEA Champ with along with your message so we can see everything that you guys are saying. But definitely looking forward to seeing a little bit of that feedback come through as well. As for our side, I mean, we've been talking about it, right? We think today is going to be an absolutely insane day, as you stated, right? I think all the statistics, we can pretty much just chuck them out the window because these teams, I think they are going to continue with the trend that we saw yesterday. But I also think that they could potentially be dialing it up even more so today, right? Moving through. And of course, speaking about today, let's take a look and see what that format is as well.
Yeah, so we mentioned a little bit yesterday. It is into the gauntlet this week. Only 4 days of play. So that's a lovely amount of 24 matches for these 16 teams to really try their best, try their absolute best to shock, surprise us, and get as many points as they possibly can, as everything will be adding up to the overall standings. And we saw yesterday we had one singular team, that of course being the likes of Crash Gaming, picking up 72 points in a single day of play. So that gives you a good idea of how quickly these teams can climb the ranks and how quickly everyone else needs to be able to adapt.
I mean, 70 points, 72 points, right? That is quite scary to think of. But I mean, it's so surprising, and we said this yesterday as well, right? Looking at how the players from Crash have been utilizing this point system, it's just insane because, I mean, the performances that we saw in the finals, it was not really indicative of this kind of play. But I am so happy to see it come through because, as you
hmm
said yesterday as well, right? It seems like the teams have really taken a moment to sit down, do their homework, do their research, and ensure that they can come through moving into this championship with an even more tactful approach, right? To really keep all these surprises just, boiling over.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is especially how quickly these teams have really been turning up the heat. And we can see why when we go take a look at the prize pool. Of course, there's a reason everyone is here. There is obviously that slot at the end of this to the PMWI. But of course, there's a little extra ka-ching in your
Mm.
pockets for all of the efforts that you've done up until this point. So a total prize pool of 150K dropped on the PMPL MEA champs. But of course, first place is where the money's at. First place is where you want to be.
Oh yes, I mean $20,000. That's a good payday. That is a lovely, lovely payday, and of course it trickles all the way down to that 16th place. We can see only 3K coming through on that end, but of course our MVP is also going to be sitting quite happily there, right? As we know,
Oh, yes.
in the previous events, MVP was about $1,000. This time around, we've doubled down on that. Sending a full 2,000 grand, or $2,000, not 2,000 grand. That's a lot more over to the MVP. But speaking about the MVP, right? The MVP is going to come out of one team, right? Which team it is, we don't know just yet. But of course, here is our list of teams. So a lot of familiar faces right here. And of course, as we know, right, they've come in with quite a bit of a reputation all the way from their respective PMPLs.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the 6 teams from PMPL Africa and the 10 teams from PMPL Arabia battling it out for that one slot to PMWI and, of course, the Kachink in the pockets. Now, what's interesting is, as we've already alluded to, right, we highlighted a couple of teams yesterday as the respective champions from their PMPLs. I mean, that, of course, for the likes of Africa being Triple Esports, for Arabia, we were talking about Quest Esports and NASR being the champion. And they just haven't had the day that we were
Mm,
expecting yesterday. Instead, it was Crash Gaming. It was the likes of obviously Arab Golden Galaxy, who actually came much lower in their respective PMPL than what we saw them yesterday, ending up
mm.
in second place, just behind Crash Gaming with 54 points. So there's already been this statistical turn on its head for these teams. They've already come out with a bang and made sure that they gave themselves as good of a start as they possibly could. We saw Triple Esports sort of catching up towards the end of yesterday. I could say the same for NASR Esports. Quest, still waiting. Still waiting to see what Quest and NASR can really bring to the table. I mean, even for Triple, you got to catch up to 72 points, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day, but I definitely think that the teams that we have sitting a little bit lower with regards to their position on that leaderboard, I'm definitely expecting them to bring in that upset, that step up in performance, because as you've just said, right, we've seen a completely different story when it came through in the finals of those respective regions. So we now want to have a team like NASA step up and just blow
Mm.
us away with some phenomenal gameplay. The same, of course, can be said there for Triple Esports. But I mean, getting back to what we saw come through from Arab Golden Galaxy just yesterday, right? This is not
Oof.
really as much of a surprising performance coming from them, right? We did see back in the fall season that they just dominated the moment they stepped out onto that PMPL. So a very consistent kind of performance if we compare those two, right? But I want to see the other teams catch up. We want to see that
Mm.
jump come through from R8. We want to see Vista, NASA, even Quest bring in a lot more of a stronger performance, the kind of performance that we know that they can bring out onto these battlefields. So I think, having said all that, today is going to be an absolutely phenomenal day, filled with just some pretty sweaty PUBG Mobile action.
Yeah, it's really going to be very interesting to see how these teams will adapt to what was sort of just laid down on the ground yesterday. It was sort of like a mic drop moment for Crash Gaming. They were like, "Cool, there's the bar. Try and catch up. Let's see if you can." And that's brilliant. It is an
Mm,
absolutely brilliant way to start, but it also puts a target on your back because now everyone's going to know, "Cool, where was Crash dropping? How do we take them out? And how do we ensure they don't have a day like yesterday?" Because if they continue that sort of momentum, it's almost impossible to stop
yeah.
them. I would say almost because we always know that stats in PUBG Mobile mean nothing, especially by day 2. Hell, even by day, match number 3, I don't even know what's happening anymore. So let's go take a look at the tournament schedule to see exactly how many opportunities they have. But day number 1 done and dusted, and yeah, we can take a look. These overall rankings are wild.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Of course, as we saw yesterday, right? And as you were alluding to just now, Crash coming through with an absolutely insane play. What's also quite scary to think of is that they brought this in with only one winner chicken dinner. I mean, Arab Golden Galaxy, we saw them locking in those first two victories just yesterday, back to back, but that only allowed them a grand total of 54 points. So aside from that slight little bit of a gap between first and second place, the rest of the teams still maintain a very contentious position when it comes to the leaderboard. And especially, I think, anywhere from second all the way to potentially like 12th place or even 16th, all of that can still change today, right? These are the points acquired in just one single day. So expect even more insane performances coming through on the battlefield.
Yeah, we just have to look at these numbers, and I almost want to take them with a pinch of salt, but at the same time, we don't really have stats of the PMPL Arabia and PMPL Africa teams going together in the new season. This was our day 1 number stat. This is the sort of baseline that we have to work with. So it does throw everything on its head a little bit. There are some reigning champions that we are used to, like we said, Arab Golden Galaxy. If you come from the PMPL Africa circuit, you're not surprised to see them in the top slots whatsoever. I mean, even RUKH Esports, and RUKH, they did fantastically. GEEKAY Esports, also another name that we are so accustomed to. And we can continue, but it's all going to come down to that second page because that's where the pressure is really going to be, especially for the teams towards the bottom. But let's start at the top. NIGMA Galaxy. Yesterday there was that glimpse of hope when Coops was in that 1v4. I thought for a second, I thought it was going to be that team wipe. I thought there was going to be that winner chicken dinner steal. but it didn't quite happen. And then from that point on, there was a little bit of a glimpse of hope, and they falter back and forth. But if they can
Mm.
start today strong, it's still doable. It's still doable for them to catch up to the top slots.
Yeah, it is going to be doable, especially knowing what they are capable of. So all we can do at this point essentially is speculate and wait and see what they're going to be bringing on through. But an interesting thing is also I want to see from Triple R8 as well as Vista is a little bit more placement points coming through, because I mean they definitely have the eliminations. The only thing that's not working out in their favor at this point is of course those elims. So essentially all the teams from 11th down into that 16th position, they can
Hmm.
definitely do with a healthy dose of placement points. So hopefully today could be that day that does all that magic, right? That allows the teams to really get that chance, right? To get their hands on all the placement points that they can find, and of course continue what they've been doing with regards to those elims. Because looking at Triple Esports sitting with 21 eliminations all the way on that second page, I mean that is still not a bad position to be in. And of course if you compare that to what we saw on the opposite end, I mean, we still have a very similar kind of looking situation, right? Brute Force sitting on 26, we got GEEKAY sitting on 24. So there is that great opportunity for the teams still on the second page to elevate and catapult themselves back onto that first page.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye out on Quest Gaming specifically, because coming into this tournament, they were one of the easier picks almost because of the players that they have. I mean, they
Mm.
have that PMGC experience just in the previous year, and I mean the players like Aziz, D7, Al Hajj, Kante, these are not players that you would take lightly in any sort of scenario. So I really do want to see what Quest is going to be bringing to the table today. Maybe yesterday was just sort of the setup, but today they can really bring the fire, DK.
Oh, yes, they can definitely bring in the fire. But of course, now, speaking about fire, we've got a few things that are yet to come on through. I mean, I just heard something from the producer. I missed a little bit of that. So let's just hear that again. Oh, so we are going to be
Questions.
hopping into a quick interview with Questy as well. So let's enjoy that and see what they got to say.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين. المرة هاي حيكون عندنا مقابلة حصرية جدا مع الحجي من فريق كويست اي سبورتس. الحجي 100 أهلا وسهلا فيك حبيبي، كيف شعورك بعد ما خلصت بي ام بي العربية لموسم الربيع؟
يا حبيبي أسهل ستورم، والله الشعور حلو. بعد حصلنا على المركز الثاني بمنافسة قوية مع تيم نصر. حاولنا نحقق مركز الأول لكن صار عندنا ظروف داخل الجيم وإن شاء الله القادم أفضل.
هلا غير انه كويست اي سبورتس ماخذين المركز الثاني، انتوا اصحاب اللقب للبطولة الإقليمية الماضية وحابين طبعا تدافعوا عن لقبكم وعن تاجكم. فسؤالي بيكون هل في أي فريق انت مركز عليه او شايفه كمنافس لكم في هاي البطولة؟
شوف الصراحة صار ستورم ال 16 فريق كلهم منافسين وكلهم أقوياء، يعني جايين البطولة، وهاي البطولة اللي بيحقق بها مركز أول تروح لبطولة PMWI. يعني حتكون المنافسة كلش قوية من ناحية من 16 فريق كلهم راح يلعبون لعبهم الحقيقي وماكو أي غلط راح تصير، والتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله.
A very humble response coming through from Al Hajj, right? You got to say that. I mean, when asked who's their competition, they said, well, all 16 teams, right? That's it. We're all competition, and that is why we've made it to the championships. I'm quoting that verbatim, right? So I'm adding a few things in there because why not, right? We might as well to see what we can bring through. But of course, it's going to be quite an exciting day, right? We are going to be looking at our map rotation again to see, and of course, remind our viewers as to which maps we are going to be venturing in towards. And as we said yesterday, it's going to remain the same for all 4 days, right? So yesterday it was Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar. Of course, today we have that situation happening once again, and it will remain like this all the way through to day number 4. But I mean, what is great about this is, and we spoke about this a little bit yesterday as well, is having so many Erangels in here does really look quite phenomenal for teams that perform like absolute legends when it comes to the map of Erangel.
Yeah, and yesterday I would have said the only team would have been Arab Golden, but they very quickly proved me wrong. We had such a phenomenal performance with such a plethora of teams. I mean, we had GK Esports taking the second last Erangel of the day. Ironically, that number of 19 keeps popping up on Erangels. I don't know if everyone is just aiming to win with 19 points. If it is, then fine, let's keep it going till the end. But it's been a very interesting showing, and yes, the teams that are comfortable on the bread and butter of a wrangle in
Mm.
this level, because I mean everyone knows the map, everyone plays the map every single day. But if you can play in such a phenomenal manner at this level, then this is the perfect championship for you. This is where you're really going to be packing in those points.
Oof, yeah, and I mean, we've seen, as you said, right, there was a little bit of a trend with that 19 coming through. In fact, we saw it come through 3 times yesterday on, well, it happened on 2 of the Wrangles, and of course, one of the opportunities, one
Yeah.
of the instances was over on Miramar. But yeah, we want to see where these teams are going to be pushing it towards next, right? The highest score that we had yesterday was, of course, that beautiful 20-pointer coming through from the side there of Crash Gaming, which they secured all the way over on Sanhok, right? A lot of that rumbling in the jungle really coming to fruition here. So there is going to be a lot of opportunity for that. And of course, speaking about rumbling, speaking about opportunities, we also want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So mad respect, mad love going out to them. And of course, we are going to be looking forward to seeing who will be unleashing their beast as we are going to be cycling through our 6 matches again today. Now, yesterday I asked you if there was a little bit of a prediction that we could maybe put in, and you said no, we're not going to do it on match number 1, but day number 1 is
Okay.
done, right? And I mean, as we saw now, there's no point in looking at our stats really because the teams keep on surprising us. So if you had to put in a wild prediction, what would your
I do
prediction be for game number 1?
Ooh, okay. Um, Game number 1, I would say, just on the offsets of what we saw yesterday. Naturally, Crash Gaming and Arab Golden would be 2 teams that very easily
Mm.
come to mind because of their consistency and because of their explosive energy. Mm, I'll do you a solid. I'll go with the Broody Fruities. I'll say Brute Force has that opportunity to bring through a surprising performance because they
Mm.
were more oftentimes than not in those top 5 placements. We always saw them, sort of hanging around, sort of getting themselves into a better position. And with the rotations they've been making, it's been very interesting. I'll even add Vision Esports into that one. If not the win, I definitely see a lot more eliminations in their future.
Ooh, all right. Now I'm going to take it even further, right? I'm going to go for Triple to be one of the teams to step it up in this coming
Please.
match, right? So that's one that I'm going to go for, and then the other one's going to be NASR, right? We want to see
Please.
those PMPL final champs step up, showcase what they can do right here in the championship. So if match number 1 is going to be the opportunity for them to do exactly that, well, let's have it then. Let's see what they're going to be bringing on, as of course we are just inching our way closer and closer to getting into our very first match of the day. And it's going to be, I think, a pretty contentious play, right? Because yesterday we saw right out of the gate, the teams touched ground. They just got right down to business, already starting with a few sprays. So we might see a little bit of a change up in that, but I think the shift in dynamic is not going to be that vast, right? The teams are focused on their prime objective, which is to try and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. So all we can hope for is just absolute insane PUBG Mobile gameplay.
That's the hope. And yeah, I would agree with you. Those 3 teams we highlighted at the end of yesterday, I mean, Quest, NASR, we can throw NIGMA Galaxy in that, Triple Esports, all teams I want to really see more of today. That
Mm.
that showed us glimmers, that showed us, just we can do this. But then they had that one match where they found each other. So they all stepped up at the same time, but then they took each other out. I was like, no, point to the other teams, please. So if they can start with the first Erangel, just really
Mm.
locking it down, even if they play it a little bit more calculated, just making sure they've got everything down in the banks, take some placements, get some good foundational eliminations. It really should go a long way to building through some good momentum for today.
Mm.
But to that point, right, we also have to think about Crash Gaming and Arab Golden Galaxy, how their play from yesterday is going to translate into today. I mentioned it briefly. Such an incredible play, such an incredible start to the week puts a target on your back.
Yeah.
Arab Golden Galaxy, they had 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners at the beginning of the day. That's quite a statement to make. And then Crash Gaming was the only team to really catch up and go further, getting those 72 points with a nasty 44 eliminations. So they were very violent, but to a good point. And if they continue that with this new point system that we have, with the focus on aggression, I find it very difficult to see how everyone else is going to catch up.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, they're already setting the bar at a very interesting spot, right? Looking to see if anyone could potentially maybe try and catch them at that position. So the heat is definitely going to be on. But looking at the performances that we've had come through from just yesterday, I do think that, I mean, you might be right with brute force, maybe doing a little bit of a something. I
Really,
think
really
there
simple.
might be a bit of an opportunity there, especially looking at the amount of points that they were able to secure yesterday on Erangel. So in total, it kind of adds up, right? Brute Force looking to potentially maybe be the strongest team on Erangel, at least based on that first day's performance. But I think it's going to be a lot more decided moving through the remainder of today, right? Having all 6 maps come in, seeing what these teams are going to be bringing through, and of course, how those adjustments have been made. Because one thing I think we can rest assured is that the teams are doing all the information gathering that they can find. Of course, speaking about information gathering, it's now time for us to gather a bit of additional information as we are going to be venturing into our very first match here of the day. So this is where we get to see what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing in. Where would you like to see a potential zone shifting towards?
Not the south, please, please. That's all I want. It's all I've ever wanted on Erangel in this last few weeks. We've seen so much southern zones. We've seen so much of the south portion of Erangel. I'm missing a little bit of that shooting range. Severny, Stolber, Yasnaya, Rozok. I'm missing all of these spots to the northern side of Erangel. So if we could, please, could we go the other way? Or stay here. Just let the zone come here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting flight path to come through. It does look kind of similar to what we had at the, in the beginning of yesterday. Not exactly to attack the same, but, it's close enough to a certain extent. But now I'm going to be waiting for that zone to be revealed. I'm potentially hoping for a little bit of a western shift, right, heading in towards like Gatka, towards that western coastline, maybe a bit of that hospital play as well to come through. But essentially, as we know, it's all going to be down to what the RNG is going to be throwing in. Sometimes that is the case, right? With this kind of flight path, we could be looking at a western zone, but all will be revealed. And it also does seem like, at least for the time being, we're not really looking at any major hot drops or anything of the sort coming through. Yes, we do have R8 and Triple dropping right there down in towards South George. But aside from that, seems like the teams are just playing a little bit more of a separated start. Ooh, look at that. It is going to be close to our last Erangel from yesterday.
I feel like someone's doing this on purpose. I don't know how, but I feel like you're doing this on purpose. Listen, we finished on that bridge yesterday, right? We got very close to finishing basically on top of a bridge, which would have been wild. But this 50-50 that the teams have constantly been dealing with has been just ridiculous. We had so many bridge camping moments. I can't deal with it. But it's okay. It's okay. I will believe in the mainland supremacy. So hopefully we go back to mainland. Maybe go to the north sometime soon. But for now, the teams will be dealing with quite an eastern shift. So, I mean, there's some very great opportunities there for the likes of Arab Golden, who do favor that Malta to farm area. NASR over towards Shelter, very comfortable. Vision over towards Lapovka, I think, is going to be a prime positioning for them. We mentioned yesterday their play style of, playing around the edges, playing those gatekeeping opportunities. Coming through from Lapovka, they're going to have a lot of time to themselves to loot up and take things in their strides, potentially going quite ham with the eliminations. I also I realized I never said why I thought Vision were going to be picking up eliminations. You do know in our top 3 players in terms of eliminations, we have 2 Vision players.
Yes.
Mon with 17, Volt with 13. So I believe in the Vision.
Yes. Yes, I mean, hopefully they have 2020 vision, but for the time being, it is going to be the first hit connecting on through, getting sent right in as the confirmation has been secured, and that is the first blood getting drawn. Cacao rather getting that first hit. So well played, and I mean, unfortunate to see Raouf being the first one to fall. Now, hopefully the rest of NIGMA will be able to defend, because yesterday we did see NIGMA actually going out early a few times.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of troubles. You saw, I mean, I would say trouble all around yesterday with all of these wild rotations that we saw with the flight path to zone rotations. There was a lot of mishaps on rotation, right? So teams rotating straight into one another, losing one or two players, a little bit of gatekeeping on the in the out of the zone. So I would like to see that cleaned up a little bit. We already see the teams making a conscious decision in terms of the drop sites that they're taking to try and avoid as much of that as possible. But again, we are still having like a northern flight path and a southern or southeastern zone. So there is going to be a little bit of that chaos sprinkled on top, which is fine. The teams have to deal with that, and they will do so quite well, I believe. In terms of rotations, I think I wanted to dub them yesterday, but I will dub them today, as Crash Gaming is always the furthest away from zone. So you can almost just look at where Crash Gaming drops. The zone will be on the other side.
Sure.
Honestly, they're always so far away.
I mean, maybe it's just their thing. Maybe it's just the way that they like to play, right? I mean, because that was kind of the play that we had in Sanhok as well yesterday. They were just big chilling all the way up in towards the northwestern side, and then eventually, at some point, they decided, you know what? Maybe let's make a run for it. And well, that awarded them the order with a chicken dinner, right? So I think they might have a strategy cooking up here, one that we've not really seen come through from them, but I think it is going to be an exciting one regardless if that is the case. But RTG also then, having a nice little bit of a leisurely stroll down towards those Nova crates. I mean, this is a great spot for them because they're not going to be contested here whatsoever.
No, they will be pretty much left to their own devices. Again, it's about these conscious decisions that we've mentioned, the teams ensuring that, you know, they are given as much space as they need. And with regards to the military base island, it's no surprise that we normally only see 1 or 2 teams going this way. And RTG seems to be quite consistent in that decision. Arab Golden will be hearing a couple of shots just whizzing on by. So a bit of a warning that there might be some opposition right up ahead on top of those mountains by the side of Malta. And for now, there's nothing really crazy to report. I mean, we've only really lost 2 members, and that, of course, being for the side of NIGMA Galaxy and VISTA. Accordingly, now, though, it's a bit more quiet, because now the focus is on those rotations. And in terms of rotations, GEEKAY, anything that is standing out to you as a possible oopsie?
A possible oopsie? Ooh.
A
Well,
possible oof? That's going to be rough.
No, not really. I mean, the western edge of the current zone, it's going to be tough. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be sweaty, right? Because we got the Ra'ad, R8, Quest, Vista, Triple, GQ, and of course Crash, all yet to rotate through from that western edge. So I hope that you know, like whoever's situated on the edge of zone, potentially NIGMA up in Pachinki, I hope that they've pulled up their socks, because they are going to get heavily contested potentially.
Yeah, I mean, other than that western side, it's the same for me. I can't even see anything wild on the edges of zones, which is quite interesting. So much space that's been awarded to these teams, and it's such a stark difference from what we saw just yesterday in match number 1, which is really alluding to a very good amount of homework that's being done after these games, which is great. I love to see it. Towards the center, though, when we take a look at Farm and Milta, we obviously had that little bit of a, you know, tit for tat, just peeking at each other between Arab Golden and NASR. RUKH Esports, in the meantime, has joined them over towards Farm. We can see Vision taking that rotation all the way from Lipovka in, very close to NASR, just for now, keeping an eye on each other. But it will be very interesting if they do stop anything here at this time, because as we know, there's a few more teams coming through to join them. R8, this western side, we mentioned it, Quest in the middle between NIGMA Galaxy and R8. So hopefully they won't be catching themselves in a sandwich.
Well, let's find out, right? There's only going to be one way to know. But I like the slightly different style that we are seeing here. I mean, that might also be partially due to the zone doing what it did. But it does seem, you know, the teams will look a little bit more confident in their play. I mean, I still think center zone is going to be an absolute hornet's nest, as we have a rather big concentration of players situated right there. And of course, now with NIGMA and Quest also rotating forward, I think that is going to add even more pressure to the whole play. But I mean, look at Crash, is still just a slow push forward.
Chilling.
Triple, however, this time, it seems like they are the team that is a little bit more reluctant, right? They don't want to necessarily take that plunge, because they're looking to see if the zone is going to stay towards the mainland, or is it maybe going to move down towards the island.
That will be okay. I was gonna say that was gonna be a wrench in the works because we only have one singular team on the island. So RTG will unfortunately be the only team that's like, oh man, now I gotta move. The rest all making that migration over towards centering up around Farm and School and Potato Hill, still in play as well, which is a nice little bit of a fun terrain to work with. So ultimately for Crash Gaming, this is going to be prime time. Heading through in from this northern side, very much uncontested. Once again, it's playing to their strengths. They love these sort of outside plays, and the zone has just gifted them the perfect outside circle coming through and giving them a lot of opportunity to start picking up some eliminations sooner rather than later. Yeah, triple, slow rotation, but they will be rotating right behind Vista when they eventually do make it into the zone. And Bisk is still just on the outskirts of Ferry Pier, so there would be that concern that he might be caught out. So we'll just have to wait and see if that's going to be the case.
Ooh, well, there's only we have to wait. Yes, we have to wait. But I mean, speaking about this position that we saw coming through towards the northern edge, right? I think there is going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially playing up towards that Potato Hill region where we see RUKH already looking to get themselves secured. So that could also be quite an interesting position to try and leverage, especially looking at how the zone is sitting right now. And of course, well, we'll find out in a moment and a bit of change as to where exactly this next phase is going to be taking us. But NIGMA, smack dab center zone. And I think this is one of the few instances where center zone is not necessarily the most opportune position to be holding, especially looking at the number of teams currently surrounding them.
Oh, absolutely. It's in terms of the terrain that they have to work with, you know, the cover, we can saw Biscay just up ahead of Triple will be hopefully joining their team shortly, because trust me, you do not want to be taking on the entirety of Triple Esports, and Triple almost have to wait and see if they're actually chasing Biscuit down, which I don't think anyone would want to be in a position of. If so, Bisc, just drive, man. Just don't look back, just drive. But in terms of that center position, everyone stacking up, everyone trying to just grab whatever compounds they can, get themselves set up for, you know, the next zone rotation, so that they don't have to worry about those scattered eliminations that or the numbers that they dropped yesterday. But I mean, it's a double-edged sword, because now they place a target on their back. They're in the center. Everyone's looking at them. Everyone wants to take a piece.
Yeah, I mean, but there's only so many pieces to be had, right? There's only 4 pieces, unfortunately. So either someone's going to share or someone's going to sit on the edge, just looking on as all those pieces get enveloped. But speaking about that, though, RTG actually pushing all the way up from that southern edge, just managing to stay ahead of the blue. RUKH, though, they're going to be blessed with a beautiful little drop just getting sent towards them. A nice little present, right? In the meanwhile, the zone does move slightly more towards the north. And again, I like this terrain because it is going to be quite challenging, but this is where RUKH already find themselves in a beautiful setup, because all they can do now is just move a little bit closer towards that eastern side of Potato Hill, and that will even allow them a line of sight down on towards the world of battle.
Absolutely. So again, terrain is going to be key here. We can also take a look at the World of Battle and Crash Gaming. Having that northern side can, as we said, provide them a lot of space, but also give them a little bit of trouble depending on how these high-rise positions will be worked upon. But NIGMA, Galaxy, and Quest, 2 teams that we really want to see popping off today. Once again, they find each other. What is it with these teams finding one another when I don't want them to?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. And also, of course, it is going to be GEEKAY and R8 getting into a bit of an altercation here. Hope going through with a beautiful spray. Ida not looking too great on that house bar, but a beautiful DBS shot to stop Santa in their tracks. And Hope is been restored as R8 can take it right on down. GEEKAY now sitting with a very comfortable 4 elims, but it could be short-lived as Vista now comes knocking on the door. Up comes Vista, Brood, and the rest of the crew. And they want their share of the action, right? They want a slice of that pie. Oh, the nades just raining on down. And I'm not quite sure if Hope is going to be able to hold on this time around. As, well, at least they do have a full health bar, but it is going to be a very contentious push coming through from Vista.
This is exactly what we need. Everyone can hear the commotion. We even have Triple Esports moving in for the territory, because all of these shots, all of this action means surely that there's a little bit of an elimination waiting for us. Even NIGMA Galaxy is moving up into this altercation. We have gone from a 3rd party to a 4th party to a 5th party as Mazzaro goes down, immediately realizing what's happening.
We've gone from party to disco. That is where we are at right here. So everyone, welcome to the disco. Game number 1, day number 2. It is absolute insane. A whole lot of carnage erupting on the screen here. Now, NIGMA looking to try and leverage a bit of that southern positioning. GEEKAY, I mean, they're not going to fold just yet, right? They're going to hold on to this compound as best they can. But Triple definitely going to try and reach in, bring in a bit of the upset. But Bisk still managing to survive. So we've not yet said goodbye to any additional teams at this point. But this is where Bisk needs to try and play it as cautiously as they can. Maybe hoping for an opportune moment to strike. And speaking about opportunity, Thor, though, getting lit on fire.
Yeah, it's not quite what you need to be doing in the winter months here by us. We also don't set ourselves on fire, so would not recommend it. But hey, GK Esports need to do what they need to do to get themselves out of the situation. VISTA in a similar bit of trouble. Vista's just been running from one team to another and now straight into GK Esports. At least with a shotgun in hell, that S12K might give them a little bit of extra damage, but they need to be so wary. Now it all falls onto Hope as well. The last hope here for GK Esports to keep them in, but Quest.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? Opportunistic play, that is exactly what we saw coming through. And of course now Quest securing that Elam. But, you know, things are not looking any easier between Triple and NIGMA right here. As Bisk also still looking for a potential way to get out of the situation. The zone has shifted further towards that eastern side. So that does add even more challenge to it. But Chemo looking nice and steady. Bisk, I mean, I don't think they've been this quiet for quite some time, but that is the approach that you need to take at this point in time. I mean, make too much noise, they are going to find you, and that is going to be the end of your run. But now Triple, I mean, I don't know that they are aware of Bisk's position.
Ooh, that nade is definitely going to signal that there's something wrong with the situation. And Bisk, I mean, has just been the hero for Vista Gaming, was one of the last rotations and actually the players to join the rest of his team, and now at least picked up 3 eliminations before ultimately going down. So not a bad effort by Vista, but now the World of Battle feeling the pressure.
Oh, and up comes the hit, the spray, the sweatiness just boiling through. Hey, buddy! Flying in with that buggy, gets the hit, gets the shot, and now the World of Battle reduced down to only 1 remaining hopeful. As you can see Azem holding steady in the little shack here, trying to carry that team's name all the way to the very finish. But of course, Xenox has got a different plan for them as that vehicle goes up in flames. Hazem quickly just popping that smoke, trying to put up as much coverage as they can. But Vista, or Vision rather, also now creeping into contention, and this is just, I mean, it's just stockpile upon stockpile, right? Everyone, again, trying to capitalize on the available opportunity.
There's no choice but to exactly that. So third party central. I thought we were on Sanhok for a second, but no, this is just Erangel. This is just what these teams have been forced into. You can see quite a lot of recovery that needs to be made. NIGMA Galaxy now in a similar hot seat. Lord trying to get that res onto Hamodi, but RUKH Esports not letting up the pressure, sending out any and every piece of utility, just hoping for that one connection to land them a team wipe. At least for now, Hamodi, a little bit of time. Get those health bars up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Triple Esports finding Ra'ad as well. So we have a multitude of clustered fights happening all over the show. I mean, even Quest is jumping into that fight with Triple. So it's not going to stop anytime soon until we have some silence, until we at least get down to potentially the 6-team marker.
Yeah, it's a cluster fluster, right? Because I can't use other words. But here we go as Reno now sends out a bit of utility. I mean, that nade landing onto its old boy is not what Triple needs at this point, and I'm not quite sure IC is going to be able to pull that res off. But up comes Ra'ad, moving in at full force. DBS! Oh, tries to get the job done, but unfortunately it's not going to be on the cards. Off goes Triple now, losing quite a bit of a position there. Ra'ad also getting traded. NIGMA getting shipped out. Down to 10 teams we go. It is absolute carnage, absolute mayhem. I mean, as this is even more insane than we saw yesterday.
Part of me loves it. Part of me just doesn't. I'm not even going to try. Don't ask me for predictions. I feel like when you ask me for predictions, this is what happens. Okay, I'm going to blame you because I have no one else to blame. But yeah, this is just the absolute insanity that is the MEA Championship. Everyone just pushing so heavily for those eliminations. I mean, whatever opportunity they are going to be presented, they have to take at this point in time. And unfortunately, as I've mentioned, the chaos will not be stopping anytime soon. Still plenty of rotations to be made. As we can see, NASR safely within the zone, I say, with a bit of a question mark, because we still need to see what the rest of the teams will be doing about this. We've got Arab Golden just to the side of NASR. We've got RTG, obviously, down south, being the main focus right now. But what will the other 9 teams, rather, be doing about the situation as they need to rotate in from the west? We have to have teams coming in from the northern side, really applying the pressure to the backside of NASR.
I mean, what's interesting is this time around the teams are quite a bit more scattered throughout this available zone, right? Especially on those outlying regions. But as we know, they have only about 2 minutes or so left on the clock before that blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. And in the meanwhile, GEEKAY going to try and make a run for it while still maintaining a little bit of that elevated positioning here. I mean, that could be absolutely golden, especially looking down onto the side of Quest. As you can see, Fidan, ooh, already spotting out that opportunity slightly preemptively, even before the shots connected in. They had an answer to that. But not quite sure if they are going to be able to maintain it. The answer for the time being at least is yes, as Evo Station gets met with quite a bit of aggression here, but AZ not going to give it up that easily.
130 meters away from that blue zone, needing to get themselves into safety. And at this moment in time, they can't push forward until they get rid of Quest. But even once they are done with Quest, look who's up ahead of them. It's going to be RUKH Esports, just within zone, potentially be able to gatekeep them. But oh, Fahidan is just doing all the damage at this point in time. GQ just have to send it. They have to get out of the situation.
Ooh, but where's it going to go now? Fidan trying to just stay up ahead. I like that position coming through from Al-Hajj, but of course now the smoke makes it quite obvious as to where Al-Hajj is positioned, and that is going to allow the opportunity for Tofi now to try and just send the utility and trying to reach across. But a nice little bit of suppression coming through there from the Arab Golden Galaxy team as well, but Al-Hajj has been found. And Tofi just now needs to replicate that nade to get the confirmation secured. Fidan now in a world of trouble.
All right, well, this is where it comes down. GQ Esports still outside of that zone, just narrowly making it in, but Quest Esports still in a world of trouble. It is Fahidan that has to make everything happen because, well, Al-Hajj will be joining the lobby very soon, especially if GQ have anything to say about it. And now, just behind one vehicle to keep them alive in the scenario, even though they've got the blue zone. It's just been such a tough time for Quest, and now we even say goodbye to Arab Golden. So everyone
Wow.
who was just absolutely on fire yesterday, barring Vision Esports and maybe Brute Force, well, we have to say goodbye.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say at this point that Arab Golden Galaxy, they are not going to get the winner chicken dinner in this match. I think that is a very accurate prediction to come through. I think it's very safe to make that assumption at this point. But as to the performance here for Quest, I'm not quite sure how far Fahidan is going to be able to push the envelope on this one, because aside from the pressure being applied here from the GQ team, we also have RUKH just hanging on that western wing. So there is going to be a lot of pressure coming through. And also, still Brute Force left with a 2-piece. We can see them up north, but now up comes that push. A full send from RUKH, and Prepot actually getting a good response in turn. Neos does go down in turn. Eugene getting found as well. But let's see, Prepot can maybe still clutch this one out. It is going to be Rami and Bronsberg stepping up, and there we have it. The shots are in, and Brute Force, well, they get sent out in 7th.
Let's go. GQ moving in is obviously going to be spotting those vehicles out. Bronsberg just alongside this Wizard Tower, and they need to lock this one down while rotations are still coming through. AZ needs to make something happen, give their teammates enough time to close the gap and to get into action. But there it is. They're activated. We've got already one knock, immediate confirmation, and now RUKH Esports just has to watch on and potentially leave the situation if it wasn't for the likes of GQ. I love that team push from them. That was really on point in terms of the crossfire and the communication they had to make happen there.
Yeah, and I mean, what we saw yesterday as well, right? At this point, teams sitting with a full squad still left, they have a really high chance of probability to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. So there's going to be a lot of pressure now on Vision and NASR to maintain their numbers, right? To just keep that pressure on. But in the meanwhile, RTG finding themselves in a little bit of a tough position, trying to still gain a bit of a foothold in that zone. As you can see, Groza already securing it, but Rio and Kalaga now moving up. That it could maybe open them up to the side of NASR, but fortunately, there is a little bit of a ridge line that does provide that extra bit of coverage. But RTG, regardless of what the zone has thrown at them, they will continue to tread onwards and upwards, looking for the opportunities. But you got to watch out for Spec here. This could be the opportunity now to drive the nail into the coffin there for GQ.
Yeah, for NASR, they would definitely love to add some eliminations to the tally. We're already down to 4 teams, and they have not yet found any success. Whereas, I mean, compared to Vision with 6 eliminations, Road to Glory with 4, Team GQ with 7, sitting pretty waiting for the rest of the teams, they definitely need to catch up because placement points won't be alone enough to catch that gap. So let's just wait and see how they are able to make some sort of glory happen here while the rest of the teams rotate on in. Vision Esports still massive control of that northern side and a very split up control. That's why they're keeping in touch with the vehicles so that they can rotate and regroup if needs be. But they obviously would have heard what happened there towards the Wizard Tower of GQ, and they're running as a duo there. So if Vision choose to do so, they could make this very difficult for GQ, depending on where this next zone is going to be going.
But I gotta say, I like this new vision, right? I like this new vision. I mean, I have this feeling that they might have, visited an optometrist or something, because that their vision is just on point. So it's looking phenomenal. It's looking amazing. But all they got to do now is, again, just look to leverage that high ground, look to play it into their favor. And RTG, still sitting on a 3-piece, are going to have themselves a pretty tough time. It is a slight bit of an uphill battle, literally and figuratively speaking. But NASR also looking quite steady. I mean, the compound, that could be some prime real estate to look to try and capitalize upon. But where will it take them towards? Will it allow them that opportunity to secure that next bit of play that they need?
Vision Esports, they are investing quite a lot into holding GQ into this position. We know that zone has shifted off. R2G also are, well, keeping an eye on GQ, just trying to make everything difficult for them. So unfortunately, GQ, they have to fight 2 fights on multiple fronts just to get themselves into the zone. And as we can see, it's not going to be easy terrain to work with. Not a lot of cover that they can really afford themselves. Oh, but a bit of an opener here could make the world of difference. If they can just find at least 1 or 2 knocks, that will give them the distraction, the time they need to get out of it. The blue zone's even going to go through and help them out with that one. And RTG just have to move on. Maybe that was the warning they needed.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you don't mess with Chucky Norris there. I mean, it just delivers such a devastating blow. But Vision are going to be looking to capitalize, as we can see Volt just hiding in the smokes. Mon now getting ready to step up onto the front line. Sends the nade over towards AZ. Is it going to find it? Finds a little bit of damage. Not sufficiently so, but that again pushes AZ right into the line of sight. Trying to avoid the one team does open you up to the next. NASR also now making a run for that beautiful bit of high ground here. Kalaga trying to steal that elimination, but NASR looking quite steady here. I like the fact that they also still maintain that full squad, right? So we got a 2v1, v4, v4. Kalaga is going to be pressured up as the shots connect on through. Starch and the rest of NASR now looking for that next position to occupy, because again, it's all about positioning at this point.
It has to be. Ooh, it's going to be such a difficult opportunity now for any other team. I would say barring Vision and NASR to make something happen here, but Vision have been so active, and you can see now they're taking this wide rotation around the zone. Ooh, the next shift does give them that spacing to work with, but then an additional knock might make things difficult. NASR finally activated, finally looking for that aggression. They need to pack up those eliminations before things get way too difficult. So if they can start it here, if they can start just adding to the tally now, we might be looking at a whole different ball game for NASR.
Well, let's see where this one is going to lead towards, as we are looking for the approach here. NASR trying to play on this eastern front. I mean, on still pretty even ground compared to this of Vision. But how is it going to fold, right? Where's it going to take them towards next? Sophie there for the side of GQ also just keeping it nice and quiet, holding as quietly as they can. But RTG still in a very, very challenging position. Groza, Kalaga, 2 very capable players. They're going to have their hands full trying to dodge so much lead getting sent across. And there we go. The first few shots getting fired across. Vision not going to be allowing too much of that opportunity to be presented. RUKH Galaga is going to be able to heal themselves out, but it is going to be RTG trying to just rotate their way on in, maybe pulling off a bit of a flank. But first, they need to not only get past the angles held here by Volt, but I think Tofi is also going to present them with quite a bit of a challenging angle.
Depending on how long Tofies can actually hide out, because if no one focuses on their position, if no one gives them the light of day and just ignores them, then we could see a serious problem for the surrounding teams. But RTG, and as I say that, Tofies are going to be feeling the brunt of the damage being dealt there by Vision Esports. Now it comes down to NASR and, of course, Vision. RTG relegated to only one, so it's going to be the 4v4 between these two teams.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here as the shots now get driven in. Spec trying to play a slight bit of an off angle. It's going to be the final two teams now to fight it out. It is going to be NASR and Vision in contention for that winner chicken dinner. NASR having a slight number advantage here, but of course that race can be brought back in towards Mon. Mon being one of our heavy hitters from yesterday. So let's see how this one is going to play out. Vision already sitting on a very comfortable 10 eliminations. NASR, on the other hand, not a single elim to their name just yet. I mean, they've made it all the way up into the top 2 without a single elimination. It's like they're trying to complete some objective in PUBG, but here we go. Saif taking a little bit of damage, finding the sprays up in towards NASR, and with that, they are down to only one as Xenox. Now, just keeps a little bit more of a distant position, taking quite a bit of damage. Lath, this could be the closing play. This could be the final nade, but no, the blue zone gets the upper hand, and down they go. The winner chicken dinner going straight to the side of Vision Esports.
Okay, look. I did say that I was expecting Vision Esports to get more eliminations. I just was not expecting them to get the winner chicken dinner in that scenario, because I'm still trying to break down what happened. The Saw just pushed in. There was a little bit of bumper car action. And I don't even want to say it. Yeah, NASR, I don't know what happened there, but that was a bit of a mistake. But ultimately, we have to give it up to Vision Esports for taking the winner chicken dinner. They did so with a phenomenal amount of eliminations. I said it. Vision Esports eliminations. What more do you want?
I mean, it was quite exciting to look at, but what was quite strange though is to see NASR making it all the way to the top 2 and not finding a single elimination. I mean, that is just so surprising. But of course, let's take a look at that match report to see who our stars are. It is going to be, well, essentially pretty much Vision dominating the board here, as we can see Lath coming through with the most elims, Volt with the most damage, and Mon securing the longest hit. And then, of course, we got Alhaji in there with that beautiful nade finish. And of course, Tofi's doing quite a bit of traveling, but that is kind of what we were expecting to see, right? It is Erangel, and of course, that zone did move quite a bit away from them. So a lot of mobility coming through, but you got to give it to the side here of Vision. I mean, I'm actually surprised to see them not locking in any of those nade finishes, but a very dominating play.
I was absolutely fantastic coming through from Vision Esports. Loving to see that aggression once again making a resurgence. And they highlighted a little bit, especially in the early matches of yesterday, that they had quite an aggressive playstyle that they really could just activate at any point. And once again, we see that happening here. Just sticking to the outskirts, making sure that they have themselves a plethora of fights to pick whenever they feel like it, really is alluding to their success. And coming through from that northern side just seems to be their formula.
Well, speaking about formulas, right? I mean, damage definitely does form part of that formula, right? The aggression definitely coming through. As we can see, Vision going over and above with regard to that aggression. Nearly 2,500 damage being dealt. And then there's a major drop-off, right? Going down to RUKH, GEEKAY, and of course, the players from Quest. I mean, in comparison, well, you can't really compare it, but still, a very valiant effort being brought through by them as well. But Vision just running on something else. And NASR locking in so much damage, almost the equivalent of 10 eliminations. But unfortunately, they have to drop the one and just take that bubble.
Wow, yeah. Look, in terms of the damage, the sheer damage that Vision were dishing out, you could see that they would have very easily been a conversion for them to a lot more eliminations, just because of purely how accurate they've been, how aggressive they've been, how they just put themselves in the best possible scenario. And that
Yeah.
is their formula. That is their template. And I don't see them stopping that going through to Miramar. It again is going to come down vastly to how those rotations we're going to be working with.
Well, I mean, speaking about rotations, right, we are going to be taking a look at a few of the amazing plays coming through from this past match. I mean, there was just so much to work with here. The first few phases, very similar to yesterday, a little bit more quiet, right? Yes, there was still action, but once we hit this fourth phase, right, even the third phase, it would just pressure, and I don't see that ending anytime soon today.
Let's go. We are going to have a very difficult time here for these teams today, because if we're already starting off with a wild Erangel, with the most repeated map that we have in this rotation now turning out to be just an absolute fest of aggression and chaos, then the rest of this day is likely going to continue in the same sheer. So yeah, we can only say we want a little bit more, because the teams definitely have turned it up to a new level. We can see all of this aggression. And I have to point out, for GQ, I was pretty impressed with the way in which they handled themselves, especially in that situation there with the Wizard Tower. Managing all of those scenarios, managing all of those angles at the same time, and still turning out on top with that uphill, quite literally uphill battle, does signify a very good team synergy. And I'm very keen to see more of that moving into the next map.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that, because, I mean, yesterday we saw some great consistency come through. And of course, speaking about consistency, let's take a look at that map rankings as well to see exactly how many points the teams were able to secure. And of course, the consistency is there, right? As you can see, 7 eliminations coming through from GQ, 7 elims coming through from the side of RUKH, and of course, that absolutely insane play from Vision Esports, sitting on 13 in total. But I mean, it's a healthy spread of aggression, right? Aside from NASR doing what NASR did, I mean, everyone else still having at least one squad wipe worth of players.
This is insane. I mean, you know, we started off yesterday with a very top heavy Erangel. That was our first interaction. We jumped in, pretty much only one team grabbed those double digits, and that's vastly still a very similar scenario for match number 1 of today, but we are seeing a much healthier spread of eliminations going down that page. I mean, to 7-7-4-5, you know, just the fact that we're averaging above 4 above a whole team's worth of eliminations, as you've said already, is wild to me. That really does show that these teams are here to play. But NASR, yes, do do the same thing. Just change the last couple of seconds, and we could be seeing a whole different game. But let's go over to that second page, because I still don't know what to say about that other situation. And moving into this one, Donut Shop DK, we've got the World of Battle and R8 Esports not having the best starts on Erangel.
Yeah, I almost thought we called it donut shop the DK donut shop, and I was like, well, that's weird. But either which way,
The DK Donut Shop. Ooh.
yeah, whatever,
Okay,
right?
do it.
No, please don't, please don't, please don't. But of course, I mean, so R8, you know, they tried, right? They tried. We can give it to them. They tried. And that's all you can do, right? You can try, and if you succeed, fantastic. If you don't, well, you know, just try and patch it up moving into the remaining games. But the nice part is that this is only the first match, right? So there's still 5 more games to make up for the start, especially looking at the World of Battle, and of course then the players coming through from the lovely R8 esports team. But I mean, the World of Battle, not in the most opportune position. We can say the same about R8 coming into the proceedings here for today. So definitely want to see a little bit more focus being put in from their side, right? Try and fix it up moving into the next few games. As we know, we still have 2 more Erangels to come, but the next one is going to be Miramar. So there's going to be a little bit of opportunity for those more ranged assaults, and maybe a little bit of sneaking coming in as well, right? You can use the terrain to your advantage, and I want to see that stealth approach, that stealth play comes through, and the team's just going supplies, and then, you know, just picking up a few eliminations. But of course, speaking about supplies and eliminations, let's take a look at a beautiful head-to-head.
Absolutely. So, I mean, looking at this one, it was a bit tough to choose a head-to-head, but I wanted to highlight these 2 players. Obviously, Bisk from VISTA being the absolute mad lad that they were in that five-party amalgamation of chaos there between all those teams. Managing to pick up 3 eliminations, really not bad, especially considering that Triple Esports was literally chasing their tail. And then towards the end, we had Toffees really stepping up for Team GQ. I mean, both of these players managing 3 eliminations in very different ways. So again, it's very tough to highlight, individual players head to head because it is very much a team effort so far. We haven't really seen one single player dropping a ridiculous amount of eliminations to the level of which we would go, okay, how, why are you doing this? But it has been a very consistent effort, and the fact that we're still seeing everyone stepping up collectively, making sure that their team is reaching the goal is great to see. So hopefully we continue to see a little bit more of these two players moving into Miramar.
But what's interesting to note though is because I'm looking at the stuff now, right? So VISTA concluded that match with 4 eliminations to their name. BISC locked in 3 of those. Right, so a good strong carry coming through from them. But of course, let's take a look and see how these points then affect the overall standings. It is going to be the players from Crash still sitting quite pretty. But look at this though, right? Is my vision confusing me, or do I see something happening here?
Wow, for once ever, I got a prediction right. But yeah, Vision moving up into second place, being the only other team up with 70+ points alongside Crash Gaming, who had a very difficult Erangel. They picked up a good start with one of those team wipes, then found themselves in a ridgeline out in the open, no cover really to speak of. So then it was just that opportunity for Vision to take over. But we move on down, as we mentioned, highlighted a little bit, VISTA Gaming and Team GQ, two very different teams, different results, but in very similar situations. That 9th to 13th place definitely still some time for them to catch up. I mean, considering that our 8th place team, being RUKH, has only 33 points, it is not, sorry, not 33, I think it was a little bit more than that, about 40 or so. It's not that far off for them to catch up, but there definitely needs to be a little bit of work put into this Miramar.
Yes, we want to see a red play come from RUKH, right? But of course, it is going to be time for Miramar. It is going to be the flight path sorting. Yes, it is going to be sorting over on the side. Starting rather over on towards what seems to be the eastern side of the map. Ooh, it's going to essentially hug the coastline, as I think this is going to be a very exciting few spanners being thrown into the works here, because I don't know where the zone could be moving, right? At this point, it could essentially be going any which way. So regardless of where that zone goes, we can rest assured that the teams will have to do quite a bit of traveling to get them secured into that next phase, into that next zone.
Going over to PMPL Africa, DK, we were very well treated to a lot of water zones on Miramar of all maps. Did you have something similar in PMPL Arabia?
Not really. Maybe like twice, maybe 3 times,
Okay.
but nothing more than that.
So maybe it's a little bit of that African spice that we're bringing it in. But yes, with this flight path in PMPL Africa, we would have almost 100% concluded that that would have been a water zone. So here's me hoping just a little bit that we might throw in a little bit of that chaos here. But ultimately, a very, very one-sided flight path. So teams are going to have to take a little bit of a longer rotation to get to their usual drop sites, depending on how the zone pops in. Yeah, could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. At least we're still hitting the northern side. So there is a little bit of spacing to work with that flight path, but those southern teams are going to have a very fun rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable fun, I think, almost. But again, as we saw yesterday, we do have our aces in play. I'm asking very nicely. I just want to see our aces being in play beyond the first phase, right? Maybe like a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, heck, even a 9th phase. I'll take it, right? Just throw us into Oasis, because it's gonna be brutal, right? Because why not? We can see it potentially. Maybe the probability of that probably really close to 0. But in the meanwhile, speaking about 0, there's gonna be 0 time to waste as RUKH look to get quite aggressive here, spotting out a bit of an opportunity at the expense of brute force, and both teams actually just heading in the direction here of Monte Nuevo.
All right, so a very interesting rotation, a little bit of a car chase happening so early on. I'm getting flashbacks to Erangel. Bisc, where are you? Are you safe? Are you all right? Okay. But yep, no, we're seeing a lot more aggression teams trying to get a little bit lucky early on. If they could just hopefully get some early foundations eliminations, that it really does help them. We saw that was a little bit of the crux point for NASR moving into that first Erangels. They didn't really have those foundational eliminations to really bolster themselves on the overall standings because, you know, we've already said this, placements have dwindled. That you can't just solely focus on placements anymore. It just isn't good enough. We need these teams to be more aggressive. So, hey, if the car chase is the way that you're going to do it, do some more of it.
Yeah, might as well, right? Might as well just get right down to business. But what I'm curious to see at this point is how Vision are gonna fare, right? So, I mean, looking at their performance statistically over on Erangel, based on what we saw just yesterday, they definitely brought in the upset here. But looking at their position now, they are one of the strongest teams when it comes to the performance on Miramar. Of course, that is referring only to the two Miramars that we had yesterday. So it's interesting to see how these things could potentially be playing out. But let's see whether or not they could maybe make some magic happen here. But I still want to see Triple. I still want to see Triple look to step it up and push all the way through, right? We want that extra bit of an upset. We want to see the Triple from the PMPL Africa final region come in yet again.
Absolutely. Look, this is a very tough battle. I mean, the fact that we've already seen one team catch up to Crash Gaming in such a dramatic fashion. I mean, I'm still looking at it now. Vision Esports at the beginning of that match, they were on 52 points, now sitting on 75. This is ridiculous, honestly. This is just silly at this point. But I'm loving to see that kind of energy, you know, that we still have teams sort of just puffing out their chests and saying like, yeah, we can still do that. We can still drop a 13 elimination bomb and, you know, 23 bomb, which is already our highest score this week so far, just in one single map. We can make that happen still to this point, which takes a lot of confidence, and it's really good to see. But now the challenge is sort of just laid on the table to everyone else. We've got Crash, we've got Vision Esports in the 70s. Who's going to be that next team now to join them? I mean, looking at the positions we currently have, we've obviously got the likes of GQ, we've got the likes of Quest, and we've got the likes of RUKH Esports very well in center in zone. So they're the only teams that really don't have to rotate that all that much. They can just wait for everyone to come to them, and then maybe we can see them turn this into a win.
Yeah. I mean, we could, right? That could be very, very probable, but it's all going to come down to how they are going to be looking to play through this one. I mean, especially looking when we look at the Miramar performances that we saw come through from the respective PMPLs. Again, as we mentioned yesterday, apparently these stats don't matter because the teams bring in the upsets. But Quest, one of the teams that were not having all that much fun when it came to the map of Miramar. Hopefully they prove us wrong. Hopefully they bring in the upset, they bring in that step up, because going up against a team like Team GQ, I mean, they had a lot more fun when it came to Miramar, but the teams, they've done homework, right? We've seen how they've changed up those stats, how they've changed up these performances. So let's hope that there is a beautiful shining light at the end of the tunnel for the side of the Quest team.
I mean, yeah, if we follow suit with stats, I mean, just yesterday, obviously, this was the map that Arab Golden Galaxy took their second winner chicken dinner. So this was their back-to-back. This was them just rolling with the momentum. And we know first match didn't quite go as they were planning. So if ever there was a start for them, it would definitely be on a map like Miramar. I mean, coming through from PMPL Africa, when you saw Miramar, you saw this team, you saw the likes of P6, Teak, AXA, Puncher, you knew there was a little bit of spice happening. There was a little bit of an upset coming through. So would love to see them bring that similar energy. Because again, we're having a little bit of a Arabia versus Africa mini competition, right? Who's going to be the top? Who's going to end up with that PMWI slot? Who's going to end up in that first place? That's what I want to know. And it would, I'm a little bit biased, but it would be very cool if an African team did take the win. But I'll be happy if an Arabian team does as well.
Yeah, as long as someone from the MENA region wins, we're happy.
Yeah, I think that's
Right.
definitely going to happen.
I mean, that's the same about it. Of course, the predictions coming through for Crash Gaming to take the victory here from Moa as well as Yusuf, or from Mayo. I'm saying Moa. It's Mayo. So let's see how much prediction power or prediction influence they have on their end. In the meanwhile, it is going to be still a very risky rotation coming through for a lot of our teams. We still have quite a few teams sitting on those outlying regions. So we are still waiting for Brute Force, NIGMA, RUKH, as well as the players then coming through from the World of Battle, NIGMA, Triple. I mean, Arab Golden Galaxy. I said NIGMA twice, I know. Crash, though, quite comfortable all the way up north. So I'm curious to see how these zone shifts are going to play out, but I'm going to stick to my guns as I want Oasis to be in it, right? I want to see that zone go all the way up to Oasis because why not? I mean, especially looking at the terrain, there's so many hills and, you know, it's such a challenging terrain to play. So I want to see it go in that direction at least just once.
It will also immediately start a race to Oasis because not a single team is finding themselves in that location because why would they? Normally. Let's see. Oh, wow.
Well,
You should have said you didn't want it to go to Oasis.
we can just hope, right? We can just hope.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, this is a nice shift though, because we already see a big chunk of teams being situated within that zone. Right now, it's going to be quite a bit of a contentious play as to who can secure the best position and then defend it. Because, you know, those prime real estate spots, especially looking towards like water treatment and the surrounding hills, I can see a lot of teams already, you know, turning their focus towards those positions.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, most of those positions also absolutely clustered with teams right now. But towards the outskirts, we do have to do a little bit of admin and keep an eye out on some of our teams. We've got RUKH and Arab Golden still out in the blue alongside Brute Force, who still have to make that move in. The World of Battle, NIGMA Galaxy, similar also all the way from that southern side. And then triple over towards the east, just on the outskirts of Al-Azhar, just behind Vision Esports. Those are the teams that have to basically, for now, just focus on moving themselves into the zone while we focus on what's happening here in water treatment. That, of course, being with GQ and NASR just staring each other down for the time being. And this western side of the zone, as we've already said, it's packed. It is so packed with teams, but no one really wants to maybe make that first move based on what happened on Erangel. We had two teams going head-to-head. We turned it into a disco. And then suddenly we had lost like 9 teams in a matter of seconds. So maybe they're a little bit shell-shocked.
Yeah, disco, party, right? Let's see if we're going to have any of that come through this time around. Arab Golden are going to take that rotation towards the northern edge, which could lead them, you know, on a path to potentially crash into the side of, well, Crash, and of course then the players there from GQ. NASR on a very similar trajectory, heading towards those more northern angles. Of course, I mean, we can't say that looking at Spec here, because they're just playing it over on towards that western edge zone. But this is where I'm feeling a little bit worried for Spec, because we've got Brute Force and RUKH yet to move in behind them. So, you know, I respect a little bit of scouting, but let's hope that they are able to pull themselves back into safety just within the nick of time. Speaking about the nick of time, though, Crash and GQ having a bit of a standoff here. I think this is a great opportunity for GQ to play a little bit of gatekeep, right? Because they know Crash will have to move forward, and especially if they dip down into that valley, it could be the Valley of Doom.
Absolutely, and no one really wants to put themselves in that position. Arab Golden taking a very interesting rotation. Now, they were in a very similar position to where we find RUKH currently, so that gives you a very good idea of how far north they have ended up taking just to be on the other side of Crash Gaming, maybe going over the way to just on the northern section there of Cruz del Fall. So that gives them a very interesting pathing into this next phase, and hopefully a very clear line of sight into the next zone. Yeah, absolutely. So they will be left to their own devices with this next rotation. It's going to potentially pay off in dividends for them. But now we have to wait and see who's going to be that team in center to hold down the line. I'm just going to say it again. Quest Gaming in center, holding once again a 2-2 split over that valley. I would hope to see them just regroup based on what happened yesterday in yesterday's Miramar.
Well, let's see if that is going to be on the cards. I can predict a very sweaty southern play to come through, as we can see just a vast number of teams all secured towards that southern edge. I think the World of Battle might have a little bit of a challenging rotation, trying to secure themselves within the zone. But, I mean, speaking about challenges, RUKH and Brute Force still having to kind of settle their differences out on the outlying regions as Ado gets found. Down they go. Prepod now trying to push in, but there's going to be Fevo meeting them with a good response. not going to let them wander on any further. And this could be that opportunity now for Rad to really apply a lot of pressure onto the side of Brute Force. Zakaria now going to try and dip out, but the focus is there. They're getting lasered with all the shots. Unfortunately, that reload does save Zakaria, at least for the time being, but the consistency coming through from Zuxi with that Mini 14 could be exactly what the doctor ordered. So let's see if Ra'ad will be able to secure the finishing blows here.
Oh, out in the zone. Blue zone to your backs. Brute Force, they need to make it happen here if they want to stay in the action. Unfortunately, again, you're caught in between a rock and a hard place, and you only have a tree to keep you covered. Not going to quite happen. Ra'ad, they move on in, find that first elimination. Now it is up to Neds to try and keep the Brute Force banner alive, while Crash Gaming spot out Arab Golden. And again, this is that risky play from Arab Golden. They took that far north rotation, and now they find themselves in a head-to-head against Crash Gaming.
Oh, well, that was an interesting one.
Yikes.
Arab Golden Galaxy, the first team to get sent out.
What's happening?
Yeah, this is so strange because Arab Golden Galaxy, a team we know to be quite confident and quite strong when it comes to the map of Miramar, now folding. Right, the first team to get shipped out. That is not what we were expecting to see. But again, Crash Gaming, I mean, a very similar kind of approach to what we saw come through from them just yesterday. So no surprise really at this stage. But I mean, I think that at this point, it kind of alludes to the fact that Crash might be a team to take some serious consideration about here.
Look, this is just a little bit wild. Basically, you know, we've already spoken about how we turn those stats on the heads. You know, nothing really goes to plan, especially going match number 2. And here we have it, prime example of what exactly is happening. I mean, if we take a look at, you know, our current elimination leaders, we at least have some normalcy in the form of Crash Gaming being those leaders with 4 eliminations, but they did so by taking out Arab Golden. And now, oof, Ra'ad just tippy-toeing around GEEKAY Esports, hoping that they'll be staying in this one and not being the second team to go out. We know placement points, again, you do not want to drop right now. You'll be taking 0 placement points if you don't pick up any eliminations. That's nothing. That is a map basically wasted.
Yeah, but this is where Ra'ad needs to play it like Muhammad Ali would say, right? You got to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Because I think that's what you're gonna need to drift your way around the side here of GEEKAY. Because Ragnar, Santa, and the rest of the crew, they are not gonna let anything pass them by. As you can see, the shots now just getting dialed in on towards NASR. Fortunately, they do survive. A great opportunity there for Zuxi onto the side of Santa, with of course that helping hand coming through from Reno. But this could be the opportunity now for Ra'ad to make a run for it. Either they're going to budge just straight up into this building, or maybe even come through with a bit of a drive-by spray down, as they now do secure themselves 2 eliminations. And that cuts the GEEKAY rather, right in center. Now Reno are getting traded. And this could still be an opportunity for GEEKAY to bounce back, but not with those kind of hits. And again, all the hope now falls to hope to see if they can keep the GEEKAY name alive.
All right. It needs to happen here. We can see in the bottom of our screens as well, NASR and R8 Esports in the meantime have found one another and are looking to take the other out. As we take a look at this, Ra'ad still just tiptoeing around the tractor, and they make it happen. Fever stays alive, but for how much longer? That blue zone coming in. Yep, there it is. Oh, Ra'ad. Oh, that is just painful. Thankfully, they have 1 member alive, so they should be able to get the res going. But now the question is on R8 and NASR.
Well, let's see. NASR sitting on a full squad at the moment. And of course, R8 down to a 3-piece. But they've taken up a slightly different approach here, leaving Ragnarok to defend, while Ida and Esketon look for that position within the zone. Also, we do see NASR there from Ra'ad looking to rotate through as well. So they need to be super, super careful. But this could be still that opportunity now for R8 to leverage their opportunity. I mean, GQ also now moving in. And of course, if we look down towards that southern edge, NIGMA looking to play a little bit of a hide-and-seek game here, looking to see if they can find that opportunity onto the side of RTG. But Kalaga, I mean, they're trying to disengage, trying to fall back into the safety, just regroup with the rest of the team. So Groza and Rio, they're going to have to do a lot of defensive play at this point.
Ooh, NASR just in the Valley of Doom. You can see Ragnarok running on up, looking to try and at least take one of those. But at least one little connection towards stars will be all for now. As you can see, NASR just managing to get themselves into a little bit of a dip, using the terrain to their advantage. Meanwhile, GQ also feeling the brunt of the action as they are trying to recover their members, but the pressure just is not letting up. RUKH Esports all the way from the northern side, allowing quite a bit of trouble here for these teams, and we have to wait to see what that next zone is going to give us. Potentially, if it can go towards the south, we might have a game for Quest. There it is. But that is not necessarily going to be the flag for GQ. They have to get out of this situation. They have to get out of this position. And of course, NASR and R8 right up ahead of them to make it difficult.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity for both these teams now, R8 and NASR, to capitalize and, you know, maybe farm a little bit of that GQ action. But of course, now GQ trying to figure out which is going to be the less challenging and less risky approach to take, right? Are they going to try and just push straight forward towards the zone? Or maybe opt for a little bit more of a northern play? Because if they go north, we can see RUKH Esports just slowly and steadily hanging in the wing there. But meanwhile, there's going to be Vision and Crash now getting into an altercation over on towards the western side. Walsh now taking a bucket load of damage. But fortunately, we are yet to see a buddy now rotate in, and this could be exactly what Crash now needs to try and get the upper hand as Vision. Hey, they have got the compound under lockdown. There goes Walsh. Oh, the nade is in, and a buddy now just rotating into absolute carnage. This is going to be a pretty tall order, but they could potentially maybe still save anything here for the side of Crash.
Oh, Crash Gaming stepping on up, DBS in hand, but the connection isn't quite there. My goodness. Okay, so this is literally the battle of our top leaders. It is Crash and Vision that have just taken one another out, and now, well, it's the Vision, baby. It is Vision that is coming through for that new win. So we say goodbye to Crash. They've got enough eliminations as it is, okay? It is time for Vision Esports to take over. But what I am loving to see, what I am so happy to report is look at NASR Esports. Already 6 eliminations. That is literally just the points they got from placements in our previous match. So a complete turnaround from NASR Esports. And I don't want it to end here. They need to hold on against Red Esports.
Well, let's see whether they will be able to get the job done. It is, oh, the hits now connecting through. The SK Ton gets found. And with that, it turns down to Ida. Ida now trying to maybe just evade a few of the utilities getting sent across the way. But this is a great opportunity now for NASR to bring their team back onto their feet, right? Especially with J7 and Spec on their knees. Ida doing exactly the same thing, bringing SK Ton back into contention. But R8, only one elimination up. Meanwhile, if we look down on towards the southern side, it is going to be NIGMA pushing into RTG. But Kalaga with a beautiful preemptive nade does secure the blow-up in Rauf's face. But will they be able to lock in the rest? Beautiful attempt coming in as Amadi gets picked up. Now it's Lord and Koops trying to hold on. But will they be able to survive, right? Will we see those nades from RTG just connecting the dots? Ooh, good response. NIGMA not going to allow this one to get by for free as Rauf gets confirmed on down, but it's going to be VISTA just rotating up behind them. Rio gets found, and now the pressure turns to Groza. It's a 1v2 situation with the addition there of VISTA, but fortunately for them, it's just one. It's only Bisk that has now moved up, but one nade is all you need to ruin the run here for RTG, and it is on the money as Bisk is just an absolutely different person when it comes to these utils.
I would say just when it comes to today in general, I mean, after Erangel, now over towards Miramar, Bisk definitely had I don't know, I guess something different for dinner. But whatever it is, they need to do it again. Maybe they had some monster energy. Maybe that's what it is. But here we go. NASR, as we mentioned, so happy to see them picking up those eliminations, but now they've been reduced down to a duo thanks to the likes of R8 Esports, who have now been reduced down to only Ida, who has to hold on here. Right behind them as well, we've got VISTA, and VISTA's already taken one team. VISTA's already done a third party dirty, but now they can do it again. They can go to R8, they can go to NASR, they can go to whoever they feel like at this point.
Oh, yes. I mean, they can almost do whatever it is that they would like to do. And with that, it is going to be the end of the World of Battle. Down to the final 8 teams we go. We still have Ida from R8 alive, now looking to play for that zone positioning. But but instead they just creep even closer to the side of NASR, and of course now Quest. This could be the play. Alahaje perched on the roof. Beautiful bit of an advantage to play here. But it doesn't seem like R8 and NASR are going to allow any of that to really come to fruition, as both teams just split up and head in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Vision now trying to pressure a little bit of the opportunity onto the side here of Triples. You can see Old Boy and the rest of the crew now trying to hold on. Ooh, opportunity is available. Saif needs to be very, very careful. But Volt and Mon holding on the front line. Of course, well, Volt and Lath holding on the front line because Mon is down. But let's see. Is this going to be the run for Vision to step up and bring in another insane play?
If not now, when, right? Already Esports going to say goodbye to them. But now we take a look at this. VISTA up with already seven eliminations. Is that really what I'm reading here? NASR also just gone down with 6. I mean, not a bad match for them whatsoever. Again, would have loved to see the placements really do a little bit better this time around, but it's not too bad. What I'm loving to see as well, we had NASR step up. We're having Quest now still stepping up. 3 eliminations. They're still up with all 4 of their players alongside RUKH Esports and Vision. So that is something to be very excited about. When we take a look at the other teams who are still remaining, they all have a 3-piece each. So if you want to talk about a final showdown, this is by no means going to be easy for anyone. This is as full of a match v match as they can really take a look at it. We still have Triple taking on the likes of Vision now. This is going to be fights on all sides, and I love to see it. The story between Triple and Vision, I think, is also going to be a massive turning point for Triple Esports. If they can overcome the likes of a team like Vision, that really does spell a lot of positivity for the rest of their days.
But an interesting thing that I just noticed is that all the teams on the left side of that road have full squads, right? All the teams on the right side of the road on a 3-piece. So there's something happening. I mean, VISTA being the only team that's making me swallow my words kind of slightly on that one, as you know, they've moved up. They still have a full squad available. But I'm curious to see how they... Well, no, wait. They also got a 3-piece. There we go. Yes, so I'm still accurate in saying what I said. So RUKH and Quest still rocking a full squad, as we can see on the edge. And everybody else just holding on to a 3-piece. And as you said, right, this is where it's going to be one pretty contentious play, because we're in the 6th phase. We're about to hit the 7th phase. And, you know, that blue zone is going to be applying the pressure in the next few moments.
This is what we want to see. We've been asking for these teams in particular to step on up. We've got NIGMA Galaxy really flying the flag high. And I know there's quite a few fans of NIGMA Galaxy in the chat, especially of Coop. So if this was the match that you were looking for, well, here it is. Here they have that opportunity to make it happen. Unfortunately for the Triple fans, they have to do so against Triple Esports. And Triple already setting up a beautiful line of sight. Now just holding and waiting for that rotation. Again, NIGMA Galaxy out in the blue. Triple just a bit of a step out, but unfortunately, as soon as they do make that approach into zone, well, it's Vision Esports and it's also VISTA now holding the line for NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, now comes that pressure play, right? It's going to be Coops trying to find the opportunity onto the side of Triple. Old Boy getting spotted. A few of those shots connecting on through Chemo. Thor just keeping it nice and quiet. Nice, low and steady. But Vision also trying to see if they can find maybe a bit of an opportunity here and there, right? Still just keeping a nice steady ground. Not going to be making all too much noise. Waiting to see what the zone will present. But it's going to be Chemo reaching across the way, finding that nade up on towards Hamodi as the confirmation has been secured. But Chemo in turn having to pay the ultimate price as they get lit on fire. And now this is going to be NIGMA potentially looking to rush in, maybe close it out. Coops keeping their distance, but you got to watch out. VISTA going to be lurking in the wing, and that could mean the confirmation coming through onto Lord.
Oh, this is going to be difficult. If NIGMA Galaxy or VISTA move into Triple Esports, it's done. They have no way of getting out of this position. They don't even have meds, DK, to heal up that damage that's been dealt. They had 1 med kit to spread among 3 players, and now that's being used because of that 1 molly. But of course, Coops comes in, does a little bit more damage, tells them, hey, your time is numbered. Here comes Vision Esports now, looking for a piece of the action. Thor out with that 1 med kit, has to stand up to it all. And Vision we'll see Triple Esports go down, but who is next? Coops now left alone for NIGMA Galaxy out of the blue, still needing to get themselves into zone. VISTA in center, Quest on and RUKH Esports just on the outside. they're doing nothing for the time being. All the focus is what's happening here towards that eastern side.
Yeah, they just big chillin', waiting to see what is gonna come through. RUKH, I mean, what more can you say, right? Such a steady position to hold. But I think the main kicker is gonna come, especially when that zone moves to either side, right? Either east or the western front, because we're gonna have one group of teams secured within the zone, the others having to cross the road to get themselves on through. Because as we know, this phase, it could just center up on itself. Now, Coops. Just going to be holding in the wing, keeping it nice and quiet. Don't want to get spotted out. But VISTA already dialing up the aggressions. We can see Mozaro finding Laith. Saif, pulling it to the exact same position. And I mean, I'm not quite sure how confident I feel about that play. RUKH and Quest now are going to be going at each other, looking to whittle down those numbers. One of them has to rise to the occasion. One has to walk away as the victor right here. But RUKH going to be trying to cook up a few of those utilities, trying to just set the site ablaze. But Quest, I mean, they're doing the same thing, and they can just sense those utilities getting flung over the ridgeline as the pressure is starting to build. Rami, beautiful one onto Kante there, and now this is the opportunity for RUKH to just get a full-on flush, but instead, Quest sends out the nades, and now it's all down to Eugene. It went from an absolutely favorable play down to a very problematic position.
Eugene, the only player left alive. D7 still sending out nades galore, taking a double, and now looking for the final piece of the puzzle. And it will be RUKH Esports sent back into the lobby as we turn our attention to Quest. We want to see what they will be bringing into this Miramar. Finally, Quest in a top 3 placement alongside Vision Esports and Vista Gaming with 2. Now, the 3 for Vision, and of course, the 4 for Quest Esports will be our final 3 teams duking it out for that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Oh, I mean, this is going to be a very exciting play. I mean, Quest, they've been on a mission for a big majority of this match, already sitting on a glorious 7 eliminations to their name. Al-Hajj and the rest of the crew are looking to get themselves patched up, rather, in preparation for this last final-ditch effort. But now Saif moving a little bit further forward, trying to creep in alongside the players here from Vista. Mozaro, out in the open, finds a beautiful trade. Down goes Saif. Again, just looking to alleviate a lot of that pressure. Now, down to Volt it goes. And this is where the whole situation gets turned on its head. Vision down to a one-piece. Vista still holding steady. Bisk, Mozaro could maybe still clutch this one out, but they are going to go up against the entirety of the Quest squad. And now Mozaro getting singled out. The spray is there, and Al-Hajj secures the winner chicken dinner. Quest walking away victorious, and what an absolutely phenomenal performance that was.
Man, oh man, oh man. I have been waiting to say this, but absolutely congratulations to Quest Esports for picking up the W. This is what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. Maybe it was just the power of that interview, but ultimately this is finally it. They've brought down the W, and this is much more to the performance that we would expect of a team like Quest Esports. I mean, the caliber of players that they have alone should have been enough, but finally on day number 2, they make it happen. And hey, it's only match number 2, so they still got plenty more matches to make it happen.
Well, let's take a look at our top damage as well to see who dealt the heaviest hand. And of course, as you can see, it is a pretty close call between the side there of Vista and Quest, right? Both teams sitting on very similar digits when it comes to those eliminations. And again, the damage so close. I mean, Vista almost hitting 1900, but a very exceptional play coming through from both these teams. And of course, you got to give it to the side of RUKH, Vision, and RUKH, right? I mean, 6 elims, all of that coming through from 1300 and 1200 damage. Still a very exceptional performance. And of course, RUKH, I mean, they made so much noise. Unfortunately, not being able to convert a lot of that into elims.
That is ridiculous, eh? I mean, that is literally 14 eliminations worth of damage, only resulting in 3. That is a tough time. But let's go and just reset ourselves as we go to a quick short break and get ready for match number 3.
Hello and welcome back to the MEA Championship right here. Of course, it has been a pretty sweaty day so far, right? We've only played 2 matches, but that's all we need to determine whether or not it's sweaty, right? Actually, we just need 1, and that's already what we've been seeing, right? So it's been pretty sweaty on Erangel. It's been even sweatier moving through on towards Miramar, and of course, these teams are just continuing to step it up. We just saw glorious winner chicken dinner come through from Quest, and an absolutely phenomenal play. I mean, that was their first winner chicken dinner, but let's take a look at the points to see what they did exactly. Of course, it is going to be a phenomenal finish. Glorious 20-pointed, 10 elims alongside that winner chicken dinner. But Vista also then walking away with 11 eliminations in total, awarding them 17 points for this match.
My goodly goodness. I mean, this is just insane. Honestly, it's just triple esports. If they were just 2 spots up, we'd literally have our teams with the placement points in order of all of the amount of scores that they were able to catch up with these eliminations, with just the sheer effort that they've thrown into this Miramar. Gives me a lot of hope for the rest of the day, is all that I will say. But absolutely, just so hyped to see Quest Esports, NIGMA Galaxy, NASR Esports, all the way on this side of things. So hopefully, this is just the start of what is to come. We can take a look at that second page to see who will be joining us in the, what did I call it? The DK's Donut Shop?
Sure. Yeah, in the donut shop, it is going to be the Brute Force squad, aka the Broody Fruities. That is a new exciting topping that we've added onto one of our donuts. And then, of course, we've got the players there from Team GEEKAY. I mean, it's been a pretty exciting and just slightly confusing run because, I mean, if we look at the performance coming through from Road to Glory RTG, all the way in 13th, right? I mean, they are a very strong team based on the performances that we've seen so far when we look at the side of Miramar. I mean, 1 point here, and then they sit on a grand total of 30 points in total. So it means yesterday they were able to secure 29 points. But for today, it's only 1 point on Miramar. Unfortunately for them, it's only the first Miramar, so they can look to kind of, remedy that moving into the final Miramar of the day. But, I mean, there's so many different shifts coming through. And of course, well, we are going to be looking at a bit of a change up here, or rather a comparison coming through between the players there from the side of Vision. And then, of course, we got another team. I believe that is Quest coming in alongside them as well, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's Vision and Crash. Well, I was close enough. It sounds similar, kind of.
Yeah, it's same, but different.
Yes.
No, so yeah, this was just a bit of a head-to-head because we obviously saw the likes of Vision actually taking out Crash Gaming, which, again, those are our top 2 teams. So it makes sense to take a look at just what they've been up to in the last few matches. And as we can see, just massive performance coming through from Vision Esports. I mean, overall, right, if we take a look at just how they've been performing, we can understand why they were able to catch up so quickly to Quest Esports and take that first slot at the moment. They are just absolutely gunning it. I mean, 32 assists, 56 eliminations, and the total damage number is just, it's wild to me, DK. The fact that we're seeing them do that much damage, even if it's only resulting in 56 eliminations, shows you how much of a pain, how much of an absolute pain they are to everyone else in the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to look at because, I mean, Vision so far for the day are sitting on 19 eliminations, right? So out of the 56 that they've got in total, 19, all of that came through just in these past 2 matches. So definitely a phenomenal showing of aggression coming through from the side there of Vision. And, who knows where they're going to stop because we still have 4 more games to go. So there's going to be ample opportunity for them to look to push that number even further. So this could potentially be the rise of Vision coming in here today. I mean, yesterday they showed up, quite aggressively as well as we did see. But the performance that they bring in today is just something completely different. And I gotta say, I'm absolutely loving it, right? Absolutely loving it.
Absolutely. I mean, it makes total sense why they were one of the teams that we were highlighting in terms of the aggression. It makes total sense why they have, some of the top players in the most elimination counts for the day, for yesterday. Coming into today, I think that's likely going to be the same case unless something else changes moving into these next couple of matches. They've just been on something else. And I mean, moving into Erangel, right, DK, now we start to play with a little bit more statistics. We've had an entire day of stats yesterday to sort of break down what we should be expecting for game number 3. And if I'm if I'm reading this right, so you can just let me know. We have 4 teams that basically have an equal opportunity of taking this next to Erangel. We only have one team that's doubled up on winner chicken dinners, and that of course being Arab Golden Galaxy. They being one of the teams that could potentially take this next to Erangel. Otherwise, it's between Brute Force, GK Esports, and Vision Esports, who all
Yeah.
have an equal shot at taking this win.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking very, very similar. Also, if you look at the amount of total points that they've been able to secure on the map of Erangel so far. I mean, Vision definitely sitting the most points, right? 55 points in total that they've been able to bank in. So there's a great opportunity. But speaking about great opportunities and banking, right? We got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, well, I mean, Vision, they've been unleashing the beast as much as they can. Speaking about beasts, right? Let's tackle the next one as we head straight into game number 3. It is Erangel, the flight path. Looks interesting, right? It starts over on towards that Ferry Pier side, heading up north. But this is where we get to ponder as to what the zone is going to be bringing on through, right? I would like to see, or maybe I would not like to see, something heading towards that northeastern eastern side, right? I would not be happy if the zone went in that direction. But of course, it could either be completely complementary to the flight path as well.
Absolutely. So yeah, we need to get into this. We need to see who's going to be the next team to take that beautiful chicken dinner and hopefully surprise us. Because again, we've highlighted those 4 teams. You know, Vision, GK, Brute Force, Arab Golden. They've had enough success. Okay, I'm going to put it out there. Let's have someone else bring it home on a map like Erangel. The fact that we haven't seen Crash Gaming, as an example, take this particular Erangel. You know, I mean, the likes of GQ as well. They've been so good today, just highlighting the aggression that they've been bringing in and the synergy, and now we have such a synergistic zone right in the center. Very equal opportunity, hopefully never going south once again, because please, we've had enough of the south. But now it is going to be up to these teams to bring it home.
Ooh, look at that already. GQ and Arab Golden getting right down to business. We can see a few of those sprays getting fired off down low, and the first team to lose a player, of course, is going to be the players there from Team GQ, as they've now, well, run into a bit of a brick wall. But this is not necessarily going to be the worst position to be in, right? They can still look to pick it up, maybe break off, head over towards that eastern side, as we can see Farm Shelter, that entire region still being open for the taking. So let's see if they are going to try and commit to the aggression here, or will they maybe get a bit of a break?
Ooh, GK. Yeah, Santa's just become one with the tree. No one can see him. He is standing still. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is the best. This is the best hide and seek challenge I've ever seen in my life. If he gets away with this, honestly, I have no words. Just well done. Absolutely. So yes, GK Esports, hopefully they will be regrouping after a little bit of a looting session. Very spread up approach for them currently towards the center. Sprinkled a little bit between, you know, RUKH, Sunken City, and of course, very close to GK Esports, as we just saw. So they have a bit of a regroup to allude to. But again, very central zone. So very easy rotations that can happen. Oh my goodness.
Oh, hey.
Oh.
I mean,
What's happening?
AXA staying true to their name, okay? It's not exactly an axe, but a machete, I guess it's the second best thing, right? So, yeah, you know, doing what needs to be done to try and secure a few of those early eliminations. In the meanwhile, it is going to be RTG, of course, not just reaching those Nova crates all the way down towards the southeastern side. But you got to look at the map, though. It's a decent spread coming through from the teams. I mean, even Vision, they've opted for a slightly different approach here, right? They are essentially all the way from just north of Yasnaya, heading through Stalber in a near single file with regards to their position.
No, this is definitely one way to start Erangel. That's for sure. Look, if there's a way to get eliminations, you got to do what you got to do, right? This is just somehow you need to bring it through. But hey, that was a beautiful start. But now we need to settle things down. We need to get these teams into their usual spots. We need to get them just going in the usual routes, please, because I don't think my heart can take any more of these wild surprises. It's just ridiculous. But hey, looking at the positions that we currently have, Vision very up northeast at the moment. They're all the way towards Stalber, which is quite an interesting drop for them. We've obviously got the usual suspects there towards Georgiapol with RUKH in north, R8 in the south, and a bit of a sprinkling of a few other friends in the form of NASR over towards the Georgiapol crates as well. So again, from that western side approach, it's going to be a bit interesting, especially depending on the timing of those rotations, because we've got three teams so close in contention to each other that, again, if you have NASR as an example, prime example, just sitting up, knowing that they've got that information and waiting for teams to come in, they can play containment, they can play early elimination game, or they can just choose to rotate out, give them the space necessary, and focus on looting for the time being, maybe even getting into a central location.
Yeah, but I think Raadia are going to take a exit stage north, right? I think they could be looking to kind of maintain that northern positioning. I don't see them really. It doesn't make sense to see Raad pushing across the waterway down towards the more southern edge. But for contention, I definitely think R8 and NASR, there's a great opportunity for that, especially now with J7 being in hot pursuit there of Fahidan, right? So there could be a bit of an altercation or a bit of a bait and switch, right? That could also be in the brewing. So let's see how Quest and NASA are going to look to play this one out. As J7, I think, yeah, they've decided maybe it's better if we head closer towards Gatka because there's no one really occupying that space just yet.
Absolutely. So this is going to be the turning point, I think, for NASR. Again, we saw them pick up those beautiful eliminations. We equally saw that happening for Quest Esports. So again, please just avoid each other. You both have to focus on the scoreboard. You cannot be going after each other right now and taking each other out. But if they continue that energy, if they continue that momentum through, day number 2 could be where they completely bring it back. Because again, we mentioned it's not too far off outside of the realm of possibility. You can see the scores at the top. Whether they've been updated or not, I'll have to double check because we saw a little bit of change in the first map. But that still means that they have that opportunity to really catch up, get themselves into a good standing, and then lock it down day number 3, day number 4. But here, now in the center, it is going to be about timing. It is going to be about how they manage this rotation because they are so well in center. They have so much space to work with. But where are those other teams going to come into? They need to be the ones to lock it down. We've seen time and time again, there's a bit of a 50-50 challenge when teams have that containment, they have those positions, and then sometimes they struggle to lock it down because we've had so many upsets in the last couple of days.
Yeah, but I think that is also part of the pressure of the championship is, you know, you have to try and prepare for the unexpected, right? Now, the trouble with that is you don't know what the unexpected is, hence, you know, it being unexpected. But in the meanwhile, a good drive-by coming through there from the side of VISTA, trying to find a quick few cheeky trades. But, you know, speaking about teams and their performances, there's one team in particular I want to see step it up when it comes to Erangel. And that is going to be the side of R8 Esports, right? They've only been able to secure a grand total of 4 points, all of which has come through from elimination. So I want to see them step it up, but the same can go here for Triple. I mean, only 9 points. Again, all of that coming off of eliminations. They've not yet had any luck with regards to those placement points. So I believe that this match will be the opportunity for them to try and kind of rectify that, secure a few more points. But it's all going to come down to how they play these rotations and, of course, those positionings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think Erangel has been the prime example of where rotations have gone the worst, honestly. Especially going into that first map, we had so much chaos. We lost like 7 teams in the matter of a couple of seconds, just purely based off those zone shifts, right? So this has definitely been the most chaotic map, and it's understandable. Erangel has that history. Erangel has that little bit of extra spice that they add on top just to make teams sweat a little bit more in these matches. But let's take a look at that zone rotation. We're getting a little bit close to the coastline, but at least we're not heading all the way to the south. So it still centers up on some very interesting locations here, DK.
Yeah, I mean, water in the north, water in the south, and then, of course, just chaos in the middle. That is what we love to see. But this is especially going to be an interesting play coming to this church that we can see towards the northern side there of Pachinki as we have Quest rotating through. NIGMA, they're going to be falling back, looking to maybe strengthen their positioning. But this is a great opportunity now for Triple as they've already been able to situate themselves towards that southern edge. Play a little bit of gatekeep, but they got to be quite wary because as we can see, we got NASR, we got VISTA, because so many teams just hanging around in that surrounding area. So the pressure is definitely going to be on. But I think that we could see the zone maybe pulling towards those Pachinki fields, right? I think somewhere within that vicinity, or maybe even Potato Hill. This is going to be a very tough one to play. And of course, speaking about tough, we head right into school to see what RUKH and Brute Force are going to be doing.
Oh, don't you love it? A little bit of wild action in a compound like school just makes it so difficult, because again, all of these apartments as well that you add on top of it, that high-rise position, the fact that you can literally hold the stairs like this and get set for an onslaught makes all the more chaotic energy just feel so good. But here it is, Brute Force already going to be able to pick up one, but they are likely going to be looking for a bit more. Now RUKH Esports, they take that as the trigger, they back off. Right, keep the number advantage, keep themselves in a good position if they do need to take this fight. Brute Force for now, they're just happy for the one elimination and for the good position of school.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see Pusher getting pushed, but you know, it's just that way in competition,
Happens.
right? Sometimes the hunter gets hunted and the pusher gets pushed. So well done to them. But now Neos, if only they knew, if only they knew how close they were to Rami. I think we would see a slightly different gameplay coming through from the side of Neos. But of course, well, with so many teams still hanging around in the vicinity, you got to be, you know, quite careful. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to unnecessarily give away a bit of an opportunity. So Rami is going to keep as quiet as they possibly can, but it might turn into a bit of a cat and mouse game here. So let's see how this one will unravel. Of course, Rami can hear those footsteps, right? They can sense it. All the sensors are going off, right? It's like just hold, just don't do anything, just hold for the time being. But of course, an interesting position then also being held there by the side of Crash Gaming, all the way down towards that southwestern side. I think that's a little bit of a safe position to be situated in. But of course, they're also one of our more aggressive teams when it comes to Erangel, already securing themselves 22 eliminations, and now they have the chance to move into position. I think they might either be going towards the straight southern edge or rotating towards where we see Prestige and SK Ton currently situated.
I don't. Yeah, look. Honestly, either option would be working fine in their favor. We've seen once again this just plays to their strengths. This just seems to be the way in which they like to approach maps, which is fine. It does spell a little bit of disaster for the teams towards those edges, but equally so, spelling disaster out here is going to be NIGMA Galaxy and NASR. Once again, I hate that these two, all the teams I want to step up are always the ones who find each other on these maps, but here it is. NIGMA Galaxy, NASR going to be staring each other down as we see VISTA also moving into the vicinity. Arab Golden just up ahead, already taking hit after hit from the World of Battle, and it is an equal onslaught.
Yeah, it's a fair trade on either side. But let's see how this one is going to go, though. World of Battle down to 3-piece, and Axe are now getting brought back on their feet. Now, Team GEEKAY flying on by Sophie, getting uprooted and just ripped out of that vehicle as a bunch of Kings secures the spray. But now P6 having to try and set up a bit of an opportunity. Meanwhile, it's going to be Vision sneaking in behind the World of Battle. The shots are in. It's Arthur down. Oh, and that is it, right? I mean, that's the end of the opportunity for World of Battle as they get sent back empty-handed. But a great showing yet again coming through from Vision. Our most aggressive team so far on Erangel. I mean, this is just insane. I don't know where they found it, but they just got to keep it.
Yeah, look, there's a lot that needs to happen for these teams, but for Arab Golden, it is finally that shine that they brought into yesterday's matches. Now, once again, picking up a great amount of eliminations on a map like Erangel, potentially the start of something else. Again, back to this bit of a three-way that we saw just starting to develop between VISTA, NIGMA, and NASR. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate, a war of attrition if you want to take a look at it, as neither team wants to go out in this scenario. Neither team wants to move from this position either until we have confirmation of that next zone. So for now, they just sit and they wait, maybe doing a bit of a cheeky peek, as we can see from Hamodi, just doing some damage. But RUKH, oh no, RUKH! They sent a player up to try and give some backup, and here it is, Rami, hide-and-seek pro, now up for the action.
Yeah, as you were about to say, look at what's happening. And, well, of course, it is going to be Rami just driving it in. I was waiting for you to finish that sentence, but you stopped
puns
yourself.
are your job.
Well
Puns are your
done.
job.
Well done. Ado holding up on the roof. Of course, getting enveloped by the blue as the pressure comes through. Rami. Oh, this could be that spot. But now Ado, yeah, again, you know, these senses, it's just something else. I mean, I would have been the unlucky person to get caught out by the play right there. But what's also quite interesting to look at is that blue zone is just so close to them. Fortunately, it's still early stages, so they can actually afford to tank a little bit of damage. Not that kind of damage, Ado. Blue damage, as you know, these utilities are looking pretty toasty. But Ado are going to try and play it as best they can, right? All the hopes and dreams for Brute Force in this Erangel is going to rely solely on that performance. So look at GQ also just dashing right past the side there of NASR, looking for that entry point, that opportunity, but they have to contest against the side of Vision.
This is going to be hard. Now we need to look at this, right? Just as we wanted to say RUKH Esports in a spot of trouble now with the split that they had, but no, they turn it to their advantage. We can just take a look at that once again. Rami, the hide and seek pro, bringing it home, and taking 2 down is already just such a tall order, but then they turn around for the third. I mean, no, please. Whatever they did today, whatever their routine is, we need to find out. We need the juice. But now we take a look at this. We still got a few more teams developing here towards that southern edge, trying to look for some action. Vision Esports also, they've moved in. As we were talking about that rotation from the eastern side, they've gone straight to the center, looking for a piece of the action.
Well, I mean, center could potentially be a beautiful setup, at least looking at how the zone is currently situated. Meanwhile, we say goodbye to Brute Force, getting shipped out with 1 elimination to their name. Of course, the big bad blue zone not making things any easier for them. Meanwhile, NIGMA holding on the edge of zone. Going to be looking for, I don't know, maybe a bit of a gatekeep opportunity here. But Arab Golden Galaxy not going to allow too much of that opportunity to come to them, as they are looking to rotate elsewhere. But the carnage, the chaos, the mayhem now ensues in Pachinki as GQ get met with a very heavy hand. Off they go, getting shipped out empty-handed. Triple down to Old Boy. And now they got to play that cautious game because the rest of the squad much, much further away. And this is the opportunity now for a team like RTG to capitalize and lock in those eliminations.
This is what we love to see. RTG, again, been a bit quiet for me, I would say. I would go as far as saying so far. We saw them once again just constantly being in that conversation, constantly really applying the pressure to these teams, but we haven't really seen that turn into what we would call the success, right? Bringing in more success to their already one winner chicken dinner. And again, I remind you, the only team that's doubled up on winner chicken dinners has been Arab Golden, so we need someone else to challenge their position. Please don't tip your car right in front of NIGMA, guys, when I'm like spreading praises about you. Not nice.
I mean, right as you said, Arab Golden, they went flip. Right, so you've got some power there, you know, well, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, so use it wisely. In the meanwhile, Arab will now continue to try and find a bit of a spot, squeezing into the side here of Pachinki. Of course, the zone also getting ready to pop. I want to see it go north. Come on, take north, take north. That would be absolutely crazy. But of course, looking at this Pachinki setup, I mean, VISTA trying to sneak their way through, coming from that southern edge. And that could actually allow them quite a bit of opportunity here, especially looking at NIGMA now pushing up that eastern end as they envelop the side there of NASR. It is absolute carnage. But NASR not going to allow that to come through. Not going to let them get in for free as the shots continue to connect on in. R8. Oh, playing the upside here. Just finding the heads up into NASR. But fortunately, NASR still maintaining a full 4-piece.
Let's see this one come to fruition here. NASR, they've already stepped up so beautifully in the previous match. It can't end here. Again, in a very recoverable position, just needing to get those reses, but the pressure is being applied by NIGMA Galaxy. And again, depending on, you know, which side of the fence, of the fan fence you're sitting on, you will be hoping that NIGMA's going to be taking, or you will be hoping that NASR is going to be taking it. Either way, though, we also have to turn our attention here to Arab Golden, finding Triple Esports, Old Boy, in a spot of trouble.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But of course now, Buncher going to be looking to find a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a play, a bit of an angle, but the rush is in. That is going to be Old Boy. Unfortunately, getting taken on down as P6 just rushes straight forward into that one. But Thor and the rest of the squad can still maybe pick up a few pieces along the way. Meanwhile, there is going to be NIGMA getting backed up in 13th position. And of course, I was asking for that Northern Zone shift, and that is exactly what we got given. Meanwhile, GEEKAY also feeling a little of that pressure coming through, but look down towards the southern edge. VISTA sneaking up. They're going to come rotating right in behind the side of Arab Golden, and this is going to add to the chaos. But now, again, the church positioning, this is absolutely essential for the side of Crash. I mean, that elevation playing so much into their favor.
So much indeed. Bringing in a whole world of pain. Arab Golden now staring it down. Honestly, if they could see the outlines of right ahead of them, they would understand what a chaotic building they have joined in. VISTA jumping into the action. Molly's all the way around. Utility being dropped just to give them some breathing room here so they can try and dissect what is happening. But ultimately, it is about the game of denying information, and Chemo just holding on by a thread as Bisq moves in. A little bit of a reach here to get those meds up, but ultimately the action has to continue. Chemo and Thor here to hold on for Triple Esports, while Arab Golden go down.
Wow, well, the pressure continues to build. Now, VISTA looking for a bit of a play here. It is going to be Chemo. Fortunately, getting missed by the utility. RTG also just hanging in the wing, but down goes Bisq. Again, it turns to Mozero to try and keep the hope, the dreams alive. Fortunately, they do have, a few teammates around them, so if they can bring them back on their feet, VISTA could maybe still bounce back from this one. But Triple working so hard to defend. RUKH, in the meanwhile, will get sent out as it is the 10th place finish. 5 elims. Crash still holding on to a phenomenal position here. We can see Jafar and Kevin on the front line. NASR getting traded, as we just saw, over towards that eastern side. Vision encroaching onto the side there of RUKH. But a lot of the pressure still maintains towards the southern edge. Up comes Galaga. This nade could be golden. It's going to be a Abood getting taken on down. The nade is loose. Will it find it? No. Thor just narrowly escaping that explosion.
Oh, Triple Esports have been on literally just trying to tight walk around a thread at this point in time. They have been on a two-piece for so long, and VISTA finally get that confirmation. So unfortunately, we say goodbye to Triple Esports out in 8th with only 2 eliminations. Not the performance that we would want from them, but it's okay. They come back to fight another day. Now, let's turn this attention. Road to Glory. Keeping a good eye on what VISTA have been turning in. Quest, they've been slowly but surely just playing the third-party angle. Now and then just picking up at least a little bit of a semblance of an elimination, but it's ultimately getting stolen by RTG. And again, all of this action, all of this beautiful glory happening outside the zone. These teams, they need to focus on rotation. They need to focus on getting themselves into safety, because now we can take a look at it. Obviously, Crash Gaming in a prime position to stop every single one of them.
Yeah, they're definitely in a beautiful setup here, but of course the nades coming through. It is going to be Groza being brought to their knees. Kalaga having to get themselves patched up. Mozero, ooh, unfortunately not going to be able to survive that blue zone. But of course now this is the opportunity for the teams to get themselves positioned into this next phase. Vision taking that preemptive play, pushing all the way up towards that far northern edge. In the meanwhile, it is going to be the sprays connecting in. R8 ending it right there for RTG. Quest now also coming under a little bit of fire, as we can see Da and Al-Hajj making the break, looking to play the train, looking to set themselves up on these ridges. But up comes Crash Gaming, looking rather to leverage the opportunity. Kante getting found, and down they go. Ragnarok with a beautiful bit of utility right there. Kevin, pushing through the smoke. The heads connect on through. And R8 now just doing them dirty, right? Just crashing the party, for Crash themselves. But could A Buddy maybe still find a bit of a saving opportunity here? Still sitting on a full 3-piece. And this could be another graceful rise coming through from the side of Crash.
Absolutely. From the outskirts, this is where they like to rise, picking up such a wonderful amount of eliminations just off of those rotations. Again, always placing themselves in the best possible opportunity to gatekeep any team trying to make it in. But now, again, taste of their own medicine. We have one confirmation. A buddy goes down, and all of a sudden, Crash Gaming, they have been relegated to only one. It is Jafar to keep them in this up against the one of R8 Esports. It's Ragnarok versus Jafar, who is going to be taking it further for their team. And will they even have an opportunity to get any of the reses popped off? Because Ra'ad already stepping in for those third parties.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the opportunity for Crash Gaming not going to pan out, as there is a lot of pressure being applied from across the zone. Vision still looking pretty much on the money here, still sitting with a pretty strong representation. I mean, one of the only few teams still left with a full squad, Ra'ad being one of the others. And this is now that play, right down to the final four we go. R8 sitting in a very contentious position, all the way on the southern edge, still having to cross so much ground to get themselves secured. But that could be like trying to cross an absolute flaming river. But now, Ra'ad, this is the setup, right? This is the opportunity. Not exactly the most secure position within that zone, but they have the numbers to try and utilize. And Vision actually quite spread out. So this could be a golden opportunity now for Ra'ad.
Moving in, R8 Esports jumping to the action. Crash Gaming, they have literally just been taking fights after fights, and finally someone has an answer to their aggression, other than Vision Gaming, of course, who's just rotated up into the zone, sitting pretty with such space. Right now, they hold pretty much majority of this next zone, and it's only Ra'ad that even has a foothold in the zone whatsoever, and they will be only working with this Eastern's edge. Now R8 Esports, again, great confirmation, great recovery from them to at least take 2 into this next fight, but they still have to rotate through from that southern position. I like how Vision have themselves set out, that 2-1-1 split, really applying the pressure to R8, already finding one knock. Ra'ad jumping into the action as well might mean that we could say goodbye to R8 Esports, but we have to wait and see how this unfolds.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough play, but alright, they've already been doing so much work. Already sitting on 9 eliminations, and now SK Don getting found. The shots come through. That is Vision now, just eliminating them right then and there. Ragnarok holding steady, but of course that zone is not going to be in their favor. They've been spotted. They've been identified. Now trying to just snake their way using one hard cover they have available to them, and with that, Ragnarok will not make it any further. Now it is going to be Ra'ad and Vision fighting for that winner chicken dinner. Zuxi getting knocked and traded nearly instantly. And the rest of Ra'ad all just grouping up in one single position. This is not the kind of position that you want to try and play at this point. But Lath now going to try and step it up, trading on through. Looking to see if they can maybe flank their way into a very contentious position. But up comes Volt. Oh, going to watch out. Down they go. Beautiful defense from Ra'ad.
This is what we love to see. Vision getting a little bit cheeky, but ultimately it's going to take them down to a 3v3 scenario. Again, it's a 2-1 split because of their initial split. We do have Mon out in the open as a bit of a flanking position with Lath trying to sneak across. Now Ra'ad taking a bit of a page out of Volt's playbook, and they're going to be heading straight to Mon.
Oh, but unfortunately, Fivo will just get ripped out of that vehicle. Down they go. Reno not trying to close it up. As they do get the confirmation up onto Wood Saif. Mon is down as well. And now it is a 1v2 battle. But Ra'ad having a great opportunity here. Still sitting with 3 players available. Lath, of course, going to be sneaking on in. All the hopes and dreams for Vision, relying solely on their performance here. It's essentially a 1v3 play, right? So we don't see Saif getting res on up. Yep, that is going to be NASR trying to find them out in the open. They do spot the opportunity, the confirmation gets secured, and that is now a 1v3, right? 7 eliminations for the side here of Ra'ad, 8 coming through onto the side of Vision. Lath now trying to capitalize, spots a bit of an opportunity, but up comes Fivo as they are distracted. Reno coming through with a buggy, the opportunity is ripe, and down they go. The hits get delivered. Ra'ad picking up the winner chicken dinner. And of course, their first victory in the championship.
Finally. Look, I was hoping for a little bit of a double up on the winner chicken dinner stats, but it's okay. We like to add a few new champions to the list. So yes, Ra'ad jumping in. It's a bit of a question mark how that actually happened. Again, there's been some confusing plays today. Very confusing plays. When you have that advantage, when you have the numbers advantage, positional advantage, and then upsets happen, but that's what that's the glory of the MEA Championships. So let's go take a look at that match report to really start delving into some of those stats.
Well, here we go. Let the delving begin. Of course, it is going to be a very strong representation coming through from Vision yet again. I mean, they've just been finding some absolutely phenomenal momentum when it comes to the map of Erangel, right? As we can see, Saif with an absolutely insane amount of distance travel as well as that long range hit. But Kevin doing the work, right? Securing a decent chunk of damage coming through on that one as well. But you got to give it to Fivo. Beautiful utility play coming through. 2 eliminations getting picked up off of grenades.
It's what we like to see. Honestly, everyone has been stepping up, especially individually. We've been seeing a lot of players just jumping to a whole different level. Again, I have to go back to that whole situation with Triple Esports and Chemo just running from one fight to another, from one building to another, somehow staying alive, at least until such things happen. But let's go take a look at the match rankings and see how the breakdown worked. We saw a lot of teams picking up massive eliminations. We can see that obviously reflected in these wonderful scores. 4 teams with double digits, of course, it ending with Crash Gaming on 10. No surprise really to see Crash or Vision Esports really making this appearance just based on their performance yesterday and today. But to see RUKH and R8 Esports in particular making that appearance and making it a double-digit effort is fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, it was about time to see this kind of performance come through from both of them, right? It's just about time, and things started to go click, especially looking at RUKH. So well done to them, but of course you got to commend, the performance coming through there from R8, looking absolutely exceptional. I mean, Vista and Quest, they tried, right? 7 eliminations coming through from the side there of Vista. Quest walking away with 4. They sit on a grand total points of 7 in total. And then, of course, RUKH, Arab Goldens, we saw coming through with their points there as well. But we have a few more customers now taking a quick pit stop over at our glorious donut shop. Of course, it is going to be GEEKAY, NIGMA, GQ, as well as the World of Battle. I mean, this is an interesting one because especially looking at the World of Battle, I mean, they need points. Right, they are in dire need of points. So having this kind of play, especially coming through on match 3, it's not really what we want to have at this point, right? So it's going to be a pretty tough play for them moving through the final 3 matches of today, right? They have to pick up that consistency because if they continue on like this, I mean, they're going to have a pretty tough time, especially moving into these later days.
Look, competition is tough. We've already seen that with the fact that, as we take a look at the highlights, whereas our PMPL champions from their respective regions have been having a tough time getting into the swing of things here at the MEA Champs, which is exactly to allude to the fact that the teams are just stepping up. They're just better. They have done their homework. They have done the training. They have done whatever they could to get themselves into a whole new standard of play, which is, again, so healthy for the scene. It shows that competitive level, and it shows that these players have so much more to give us.
I tell you, it's the optometrist, right? That's it. Right? Vision, optometry, it just works out absolutely amazing. Yes, I'm yet to see them hit a 2020. That would be quite exciting. But you got to commend them, though. I mean, Vision just doing so much work. Unfortunately, as we saw, yes, it didn't exactly go in their favor in this game, but I mean, if we look at their track record that they've been able to establish over the first day and, of course, the first half of today, absolutely insane. But speaking about insane, we are going to be taking a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you right back afterwards. Hello, guys, and welcome back to the MEA Championship. Of course, now we've concluded half of the day. We still have the other half of action and Chaos and Mayhem and whatever else to go, right? So we've got one of each of our 3 maps yet to come on through. I mean, with Sanhok up next, I mean, that says enough, right? That is all the opportunity we need. And of course, we got a very happy S-Proxy over on this end. But let's head in game to see exactly what that flight path is going to be bringing on through. Because as we know by now, heading into Sanhok, flight path doesn't matter all too much. It is, however, more important to take a look at that zone to see where the teams are going to be dropping down. Speaking about teams, I'm going to be looking at 2. And that is going to be Crash and Triple, right? The 2 most aggressive teams that we've seen on Sanhok. And I mean, that's not saying much because we've only had 1, but still, right? These are the 2 most aggressive teams that we've had in the first Sanhok bit of action that we've had. So let's see how they're going to be performing. And then with regards to zone, what would you not like to see?
Do I go reverse psychology? It's fine. It's okay. Wherever, DK.
Yes.
I'm just wherever on Sanhok is going to be. I'm just glad we're here. I just want to be here. But yeah, I mean, to add on to what you were saying about Crash Gaming and Triple Esports, obviously Crash Gaming beats out Triple Esports in terms of the stats because they won, and we've only had 1 Sanhok, to my dismay, unfortunately. But Triple Esports, the fact that they tied with Crash Gaming with the eliminations really does go to show for how this could be the map that they switch it up. And definitely this was the turning point yesterday for them, where we started to see them really start to catch up from the rest of the teams. But yeah, they need to do this in such a fashion that they absolutely blow the competition away, and it starts with them taking of GEEKAY Esports.
Ooh, well,
hey, that works. Do it again.
I mean, yes. Let's copy paste rinse repeat. Here we go. Oh no, Ragnar gets the shot up in towards IC. Of course, it's going to be shotties all over the place. Oh, I mean, I was curious as to how Triple lost one of their players so early on. I didn't see GEEKAY dropping in here alongside with them, but of course, well, there's the answer. GEEKAY are going to come out victorious as they send Triple back empty-handed. I mean, this is interesting because, you know, Triple was one of those teams we were looking at. So it's very surprising, but I guess at the end of the day, you know, it kind of just goes the way it goes. But that's a great performance coming through from GEEKAY because that's their first eliminations on Sanhok.
Well, now we need to make it happen. Absolutely great work from teams being able to pick up some early eliminations. It sets them up to a different level, right? Because those early eliminations is going to provide a lot more opportunities when we get to the later phases. GQ just not in a position. That's unfortunate. But it's your favorite player, DK. So, hey, buddy is going to just step on in, and he's going to be taking names.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. You know, I know it's actually a booty, but, you know, that's not what it says there. It says, hey, buddy, right? So that's what we're going for. That's what we're going for. But either which way, good strategy already coming through here from the side of Crash. Again, picking up those eliminations. I mean, I'm curious to see if they are going to be finding that same momentum as they did yesterday. Unfortunately for them this time around, they are going to be in zone. So they won't have that luxury of, you know, coming through with a late rotation through the blue. Unless, of course, they do it intentionally, which doesn't make sense. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Vision and RTG having a bit of a standoff here all the way towards that far west eastern edge. So Camp Bravo, that's where it could be at. And this is how it all unraveled in the beginning. All right, Ragnar. Bah, 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 getting the shots into Thor, and then it was just all downhill for Triple from there on.
Yeah, my goodness, it's such a roller coaster of emotions because you set yourself up for such a great success, but again, it comes down to those final individual fights. It comes down to isolating those 1v1 scenarios, putting yourself in the best possible position. I mean, we can go on and on about, you know, the positional play of bootcamp. We can go on and on and say, okay, well, maybe they shouldn't have dropped bootcamp, you know? But ultimately, it's going to be up to the team of Triple Esports to decide what is working for them, what is not working for them, and how to resolve that issue coming back, either for the next Sanhok or for obviously the next map, which is going to be the more urgent issue. And they have the time now, so make it work. RUKH Esports, NASR, next couple of team up for a potential action point here, as RUKH Esports needs to hold the line.
Ooh, well, I mean, they got to try, but NASR just turning up so aggressively. I mean, Starch, they ran so fast that they lit on fire, you know, all that friction, not necessarily going to be working in their favor, but that's not the only team that they have to worry about, because we got plenty others also hanging around in the vicinity, as we can see also, you know, a little bit of that action still continuing over towards that northeastern end, but VISTA, GEEKAY doing what they need to do. Here we go now, RUKH. Busher going to be holding steady. Oh, where's it going to go? That nade could be on the money. Is it going to find Spec though? No. Somehow, miraculously, Spec was able to evade it instead. They get the hit in while being flashbanged? What?
Next level, man. Next level. That's why we're here. We want to see that happen. But yes, this is insane. I mean, we've been here for just a little bit, just a little while, and we've already experienced one team going out. We've experienced a plethora of eliminations now going the way potentially of either RUKH Esports or anyone else who wants to jump into the party, because this is, after all, Sanhok. But ultimately, at least NASR has confirmed those 2 eliminations. They've given enough warning to RUKH Esports to back off, give them the space to take these reses. Again, as for the rest of the teams, now it is a case of, do you take this third party or do you focus on rotations? Ultimately, I really hope the teams just calm things down a little bit, because we need more players towards the end.
Well, let's see. Let's see. I mean, that's essentially all we can do at this point, is just wait and see how everything is going to pan out. I mean, maybe there could be a bit of an opportunity to come through here, but I mean, with a very centralized zone, there's not much that one can do, right? All you can do is just hope that you find yourself in a beautiful position. NASR already piling up so aggressively, but RUKH not completely getting dealt with. So let's see, maybe they can find a bit of that continuation. And of course, you know, looking at the zone being pretty close towards the trifecta, that explains why we see so many teams, or rather so much focus being put on that positioning, right? GQ moving in, App Golden moving in, VISTA sneaking up towards those bootcamp hills. So there's a lot of spice about to be delivered.
As it needs to be. That's a Sanhok at the end of the day. That's why I get so excited when we get onto Sanhok. But yeah, the action has just not stopped. Non-stop aggression that we've seen so far on nearly every single map. I mean, Erangel was no exception whatsoever. But now we take a look at what the rest of these teams will be doing, especially how that zone will be shifting. Again, we have a vast majority of teams really just neglecting that top left island of Camp Alpha. So if it shifts there, which it does, that does mean that there's a lot of space and compounds still up for grabs, which also results in a bit of a wild rotation from that eastern side, especially looking towards what the World of Battle will be doing, with either Brute Force or Quest making their approach.
Well, let's see. I mean, there's still a lot of opportunity, even with that southern zone. Or not southern zone, northwestern zone coming through. But again, right, Cash? They dip it out in the blue. I mean, I said before that, you know, the only way they're going to get into the blue is if they do so intentionally, and that is exactly what we see come through on that end. But, I mean, who knows how this one is going to pan out. Meanwhile, NIGMA, they've got a pretty safe rotation, at least heading towards that northwestern island.
All right, now we got to take a look at this one. Oof, I'm very concerned about the World of Battle. Well, not concerned for the World of Battle, but more concerned of what the World of Battle will be bringing to the table for all of these other teams planning to make their rotations in already. Oh, RUKH Esports feeling the brunt of the actions. Brute Force makes an approach. Brute Force taken down to only a slip of HP, but at least they have the numbers still to recover. But here it is, Quest Esports already chiming in, getting a few confirmations and making these rotations almost impossible.
Yeah, but this is a good position being held here by the World of Battle. I mean, holding that position towards the bridge, and of course then having the accompanying angles brought through by the side of Quest, right? Brute Force, they're going to have such a tough time pushing across. But I think the safer play here would be to maybe go into the drink. Like you can see Prepot now getting ready to try an attempt on that end. Meanwhile, Vista, they're going to be rotating right in alongside Arab Golden, looking for a bit of an opportunity. Bisk on the front line could spot out the play. Fortunately for them, P6 is much, much further away, but Teak right there looking for the opportunity. I mean, they've sensed a bit of movement coming in. As you can see, P6, I don't know if that is a preemptive play or maybe they know something that we don't, but quite a bit of separation now for Arab Golden Galaxy.
Yeah, look, again, it's going to come down to the information. It could have also just been a timing thing that happened as they were making that rotation, actually happen. And then Vista just moved in, took the compound. They were like, oh, well, what are we supposed to do now? Because P6 also is in the perfect line of sight for GQ. So depending on what happened earlier, we don't really know. It's only Arab Golden that can speak to that. But now they have to play with what they've been given. A 3-1 split with Vista pushing from that southern side. We've got GQ towards the northern side. And of course, P6 keeping an eye on that rotation. But for now, it will be up to the trio here of Teak, Axa, and Puncher to keep the dream alive and to ensure that they do not go down to Vista.
Yeah, I mean, this could either be a big brain strat coming through from Arab Golden or it could just be something else. But now Vista having to try and find a way to figure out this position as Axis sends out the nade. It's going to be on the money, bringing Vista down to a potential 2-piece. Now Kakao holding that front line. Beautiful 2-2 rush coming through as Arab Golden. They know what's at stake. They know that they can't do it solo. And with that, I mean, it's even just more devastation as Aboud that looks for a bit of an exit. And of course, Arab Golden going to come in a hot pursuit. And with that zone shift, it will allow them to actually focus on this current positioning.
I do feel bad for Vista Gaming, but I like the energy that I'm seeing from Arab Golden, right? Because this is very reminiscent of what we saw in PMPL Africa, and we know the results of PMPL Africa. We know how well they did there. So to continue that here, again, I can't get over how these teams can still keep their confidence, how they just seem so nerve-free, basically, in these situations. I mean, even Puncher now going for the solo 1v1 finish up, but the backup is at least there, because that nearly turned into a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was close, right? That was maybe a little bit too close for Comfort. But now, of course, it is going to be RUKH looking to jump in on the opportunity here. Already a slightly loosened up Arab Golden squad up ahead. As we can see, Puncher not looking too great with regards to that health bar, but now RUKH, great opportunity. Just going to require a few of those utilities to get sent across. But I like the fact that P6 regrouped, right? Drew back to the fortification of the team here. And Axa, Teak. Oh, this could be the nade. Let's see, is NASR going to find it though? Teak again, sensing it come through. But now, we do see the players there from GQ also moving into position, right? Looking to get themselves set up towards that northern edge. So that is going to limit the rotation or the options for rotations coming through here from Arab Golden should they survive the onslaught of RUKH.
And this is another push for RUKH. All of their members here are at the compound, so this is their trigger. This is their opportunity to activate. It's a 1-for-1 trade with a double up thanks to Arab Golden. Teak has moved in for the rescue, taking both Reno and Fivo. A follow-up nade will give him that spacing. Arab Golden have turned this into a potential opportunity to pick up more eliminations, but time is of the essence. They cannot allow RUKH to actually get these reses.
Well, and so far, so good, right? Teak pushing up does at least prevent the first initial res to come through. Oh, now looking to play cleanup as yet another RUKH member falls. It's now all down to Zuxi to try and stay alive, to keep themselves out of the oven. But there we go. The shots are in, and that is going to be RUKH right out of here. Out with 2 eliminations up.
How am I supposed to break that down? But wow, Arab Golden, they turned that 3v4, naturally resulting in a 2v4, into a W, and still they are holding on to these compounds. I don't understand it, but I'm loving what I'm seeing. GQ have been extremely quiet. They've just been allowing Arab Golden to do whatever they really want, and now we wait for that zone rotation. Crash Gaming obviously being very active, taking these wonderful high rises. And again, if the zone continues to stay in this position, Crash Gaming have secured themselves a massive, massive opportunity to, just continue the rain of fire on towards NIGMA Galaxy. And again, if we continue to stagger up this mountain, it's going to be Crash Gaming coming out on top, quite literally.
Yeah, no pun intended whatsoever. But in the meanwhile,
Sometimes.
Zakaria, no prestige. Down they go. I mean, a good back and forth coming through between R8 and Brute Force on this one. But Prepod now on the open, very exposed. Yep, easy tap. That is all that's needed. And of course, R8 getting a little bit of that karma getting sent right back to them. But what's also quite interesting to note at this point is the performance that we've been seeing come through here from Arab Golden. I mean, in the previous Sanhok, all they got was placement points, right? Not a single elimination. This time around, they're sitting on 8 already, and that now only with a 2-piece left in this match. But of course, now it's going to be Quest turning their focus onto the world of battle, trying to break down the door. DBS to the face. That is how it's done as Al-Hajj steps into the mess. The world of battle slowly coming back onto their feet. It's now down to Arthur, who's going to try to hold on as Corona gets found. And Quest, I love this momentum. And there we go. It is going to be a slam dunk as Al-Hajj just pops off. TBS reigning supreme.
And again, they've already, picked up quite a number of eliminations off of the back of that rotation, especially towards Brute Force. They basically confirmed Brute Force out of the lobby for everyone else. But now, the synergy that's coming back for Quest, and again, very reminiscent of what we would expect from these sort of players. But the fact that they're once again synergistically taking these executions, they're keeping each other's backs, they're holding the crossfires, which is absolutely massive. We saw that being the winning point here for, as we can see, Arab Golden. And again, it was a very close and contentious fight between Arab Golden and Ra'ad. It ultimately came down to that push from Teak. So aggressive, so confident. And then Axa just there to, with the follow-up, to keep their teammates alive. And these synergistic plays are what is making the difference. And it's what making a team like Arab Golden still a threat, even as a two-piece. But it's going to come down to those positions if they can keep this one going, because just look at how much ground they have to cover out in the open right in front of NIGMA.
It's going to be a tough one, but Coops can still bring in the surprise. And of course, Rio going to try and play King of the Island here as they do find a few shots up into Santa. But Starch now puts an end to that as Groza is going to try and ride out the Blue Storm. Unfortunately, not going to have the easiest run. Starch, in the meanwhile, just doing their due diligence, of course, seeing a potential play coming through as GEEKAY now just break ground. Oh, but the hits come through. Groza getting a little bit of that repayment for their fallen teammate. And NASR not as clear as they once thought they were. But here we go as J7 goes down and Groza. No, the blue zone Chuck Norris swings through, and that's the end. Quest and R8 also still continuing on with their rampage. As you can see, Al-Hajj and Kante now trying to hold it up, but Al-Hajj, they get spotted. And now it all turns to Kante. Let's see whether or not Kante can maybe still clutch this one out. The Ridge opportunity is still available. It's going to be Ida and RUKH holding on the front line. Beautiful bit of spray coming through as Kante starts pushing in, but the response is there, and Ida puts a stop to it. Good attempt, though, coming through from Quest.
Yeah, I was very conflicted in that whole engagement because I didn't really know who I wanted to win. But ultimately, it's going to come down to NASR and prime positioning. Now we turn our attention here to NASR and NIGMA, who once again find one another. And NIGMA, off of the back of just taking out Arab Golden, securing themselves the southern position, obviously for that rotation. But here come NASR to break their plans. Yes, they are up currently with 7 eliminations. They do not want their story to end here. Sorry, with 7 teams still available. But now NASR up now for the eliminations. NIGMA rolling in. And quite literally rolling over NASR. Well, they're getting close to those 7 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to pick up some momentum, right? And of course, what better way to get it done other than using the buggies and the vehicles available to you. But now GEEKAY looking for a bit of an opportunity. They've got R8 right there alongside them. Ida does get found. Now it's going to be up to RUKH, but Gaith getting met with aggression all the way from GEEKAY off in the distance. Up comes the heads, though. It is absolute pressure. Never mind. That was NIGMA dialing that one in.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. I
Oopsie.
mean, it's suspense. It's crazy. It's intense. Of course, now we just saw the zone shifting up as well. So it does seem like there's a little bit of a gremlin coming into the works. But we can try and keep you up to date with what we have going on. R8 did, of course, get a knock come through on towards Ragnarok. And now it's going to be Lord trying to push a bit of a shot through. And with that, the confirmation is in. Ragnar is down. So GEEKAY having to settle for, well, that lobby, right? They are down for the count. So let's see how this one is going to go. We, of course, still left with about 5 teams left. Crash still holding on with a full squad, still maintaining that Western positioning. And what's interesting about this is they still have a bit of an elevation to play for. So I'm curious to see how they're going to try and utilize that one out as the blue zone is going to start closing on in. It's going to force the hand forward as R8 NIGMA yet to push on forward. But of course, Vision, they have a little bit of a compound position all the way towards the northern edge of zone.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we're just going to have to keep you updated from the map feed. As it currently stands, though, Crash Gaming still have the better numbers. So holding on with only a 4-piece, not too bad, especially coming through from that western side. They have no one that's really providing any sort of opposition for them to rotate in. However, as they want to make that rotation, Vision have a clear line of sight onto their position. We also have GQ, again, from the south, who's been so quiet. Clear line of sight on towards where Crash Gaming currently find themselves. So I think the only bit of a deciding factor is going to be R8 if they choose to take that aggression towards Vision, choose to do something about it. And of course, Lord, who's just sort of trickling out into the coastline.
Yeah, Lord now unfortunately getting picked up as the shots come through. That is going to be the end of the road. But of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So hopefully we'll return with more of the match action.
Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different. You're a threat with a rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Right, it is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get in. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
Hello guys and welcome back to the MEA Championship. We were dealing with a few gremlins along the way as the action was just heating up so much. But let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match. Of course, now it was an absolutely insane performance. You know, Sanhok, you're just delivering once again. But of course, there was a slight little piece that we couldn't exactly see. I did see a few people in chat already knowing exactly what happened, because I'm pretty sure they were checking on the Arabic broadcast as well. But either which way, we are going to be taking a look at it here as we progress further on forward. I mean, again, right, just such a showing of aggression coming through as the teams, I mean, they were just lighting it up like it was no one's business.
Absolutely. I mean, this point with NIGMA was already just a highlight moment for me. The fact that they rolled over NASR like that, you could see they were ready for some much needed elimination points. But here's those final points that we started to just skip out on. GEEKAY Esports, they had a bit of a tough run moving on in. Lord, honestly, I don't know how they survived as long as they did, but it did really come down to, of course, Crash Gaming, Vision, GQ. We had those final three teams trying to duke out for the top slot. And as you can see here, finally how it unfolded, it was Vision Esports safe, just picking up the pace.
Oh, wow. I mean, Evo Station was a good response though that we saw coming through, but essentially it was going to be those final hits coming in. And with that, it is Vision securing the second victory of the day. I mean, this is pretty insane, right? Vision, they are finding momentum from who knows where. I mean, already sitting on 32 eliminations for the day. But let's take a look at those match rankings to see where they find themselves. And of course, where the other teams are. Vision, right there, 5 points up, along with those 10 points coming through from the placement. Does put them on a lovely 15-pointer. Crash and GEEKAY secured all the way there on 10 points apiece. And of course, GQ, even though they finished in second place, only finding 3 eliminations, awarding them 9 points in total.
I mean, it's not so bad, if I do say so myself. But yeah, no, it was an incredible game there from Vision Esports to pick that one up. What I like to see is the fact that we are finally seeing Sanhok's beauty laid out right ahead of us. The spread of eliminations is what differentiates Sanhok to any other map for me. Again, because obviously there's a massive focus on third parties, there's a massive focus on close quarter combat, there's a massive focus on whatever noise you make is going to be heard by several teams that are looking to take a piece of you. And this is exactly what this Erangel was, what the Sanhok was, sorry. Wow, Erangel. GEEKAY Esports, Arab Golden, picking up those 8 eliminations, very much needed points for them. We go over to the second page, naturally, because of how many eliminations we had our top teams pick up. We have the World of Battle, RUKH Esports, and Triple Esports, who had that hot drop in bootcamp, not quite having the success, even though they were so close. I mean, Triple Esports picked up those initial 2, and then it was just the follow-up that they couldn't quite close down. But it was close. The damage was definitely there. It was just the final set of angles, the final sets of 1v1s that they needed to lock down a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, but this is a little bit of an unfortunate play coming through for the side there of Triple, and I mean, even the side of RTG, sure, they finished in 10th place with 2 points up, right? But we've seen some movement come through, especially looking at today's performances, right? With that Triple, they've moved down 3 slots for the day. RTG, they've moved down 4 slots, so there's quite a bit of movement happening. But I think let's take a look at the overall rankings to see what the situation is, right? To see how game number 4 impacted these performances. Of course, it is going to be Vision still sitting very, very comfortable right there at the top with a 16-point lead. But of course, then moving from Crash down to the Arab Golden team, we see a 29-point drop-off. So there's definitely quite a bit of an aggressive performance coming through from our top 2 placing teams at this point. But as we move down the board, you know, things start to even out a little bit more, right? It gets much, much closer. And again, RUKH Esports, they're going to be the only team defending on this first page with not a single winner chicken dinner to their name just yet.
Unfortunately, they also have had a pretty tough day. They've moved down 2 slots so far. We also saw RUKH at least dropping a slot because of the energy that GEEKAY Esports and Arab Golden have been bringing to the table so far. But at least we have another team joining Arab Golden with the double up winner-winner chicken dinners. Not quite back-to-back, but we'll take it. Moving on to the second page, Quest Esports, obviously, with their winner-winner chicken dinner today, you really are starting to see a light in the tunnel for Quest Esports. I mean, they have picked up dramatically the pacing that they needed to, and it's beautiful to see the difference between how we started the day to where we find them now, moving into our 5th and 6th match respectively, is really, really healthy. Yeah, I mean, points are still pretty close. Yes, we do have some teams sitting in the 20-pointer mark, but I mean, 20 to 50, it's doable.
Yeah. I mean, speaking about points, of course, we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, you know, these segues make no sense, but it is what it is because we can segue however we like, right? So big shout out going out to Monster Energy. Much love going out to them. And of course, you know, you're talking about unleashing beasts right now. Quest, they've been unleashing a bit of a beast today. I mean, secured themselves a grand total of 41 points. But speaking of that, it's time for our final Erangel of the day as we are going to be venturing in. And I think in this game, I'm going to be looking at the World of Battle, right? As you can see, them sitting with 22 points. Now, if you remember the amount of points they came into today with, right? That means they've only been able to find 1 point today. 1.
Ooh.
So they definitely need to pick it up, right? I mean, yesterday, 21 points. It's good. It's decent. Today, 1... come on, you gotta find a little bit more than that. So hopefully this could be the game for them to try and secure a few more points across the board. But yeah, a very aggressive showing coming through from VISTA, RUKH, Quest, and of course Vision. I mean, Vision already with 63 points just secured in the performances so far today. That is absolutely insane. And of course, no surprise to see Mon and Volt sitting right there with the top eliminations. I mean, it's no surprise.
No, I mean, the stats really don't lie. Moving into this one, there's a bit of a focus point, obviously, on the World of Battle, as you've highlighted. Brute Force, Triple Esports as well. I mean, respectively, you know, not insane performances, but also not best when they're trying to catch up to the leaderboards. As we take a look at it, once again, we move to the south for Erangel, bringing in a bit of a hot and heavy sweaty rotation, as the flight path really did not give them any sort of chances into this one. But this should be a great opportunity for teams like RTG, who love That's Sanhok military base island. Now they have a very good reason to head over towards Nova.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. But I mean, you know, this is still going to be the match to watch to see what is going to be happening. We've not yet seen any team get a back-to-back Erangel win, you know, securing more than one winner chicken dinner. So it could still swing in either which way. Of course, Triple now looking to just get themselves secured in here. R8 also just sneaking in for a bit of an opportunity. I mean, R8 Triple, both teams very similar with regards to their performance when it comes to Erangel. Not a big disparity between the two. The only difference being that, you know, R8 has secured 2 more eliminations than Triple have so far on Erangel. So let's see, maybe there could be hope. There could be a chance for something to come through, right? And this is the interesting part looking at the leaderboard is there's such a difference, right, between the performances that we've seen in the finals of the respective PMPLs moving into this championship. I mean, it's like it's entirely different new teams.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely take that even further when we start to look at just the performance of Vision Esports alone. You know, before we even think about the respective PMPL winners, the fact that we looked at Vision and we were like, okay, you know, they at least qualified, but moving into this one, you know, we're still going to be focusing on X and X team. And then Vision come and absolutely blow all of our expectations out of the water. Crash Gaming did the same thing on day number 1. I mean, almost every single team, other than the ones we predicted, built up such a beautiful set of points that we were just left speechless. And I can say this till I'm blue in the face, and I think I am. But basically, this is going to come down to the hard work these players have been putting in and the healthiness of the scene, that we still have such a competitive level in a championship like the MEA Champs, where the points that we came in with this MEA Champ just looked so solid that we had no reason to suspect anything otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no reason to doubt the performances that we've seen. I mean, especially looking at what we had in the finals and those league stages as well. But, you know, Championship is an entirely different beast, and that is exactly what these teams are proving as they keep on bringing in, you know, all these surprising plays. But, I mean, looking at the map of Erangel, we've seen a little bit of a different kind of flow start to develop here. I mean, Will the Battle, Triple, NASR, even NIGMA, they've been having a pretty tough run, and which is quite surprising because NIGMA were an absolute menace over on PMPL Arabia, right? So I don't quite know what the difference is, right? Where is that NIGMA team? We want to see that performance. I mean, we can ask the exact same thing about Triple, right? When are these teams going to decide to step it up? Because as we know, we are almost at the end of day 2. There's only 2 more days to go. That's it. So if you miss that opportunity, you might be kicking yourself in the foot a little bit.
Absolutely. It's this insane momentum that we're building, especially towards the top of the leaderboard, right? The fact that we have those teams that have gone from their respective 50-odd points all the way to 115. Naturally, I'm talking about Vision Esports. I mean, we set the bar at 72 points, I believe it was, yesterday. Vision Esports, they're already on 63. Like,
yeah, 69.
69 now. Oh, goodness, it's even more.
Nice.
Nice. Why do you do this? But yeah, we are constantly breaking the boundaries of what they're bringing in, and I actually saw a little bit of a little chat, a trinket. If you're not in chat, go talk to us in chat and give us some of your insights. But we're not having one single team that's really overperforming overall. You know, the golden goose, so to speak. We don't have that. I said this yesterday. We don't have that one team that when we go into any single match, we're like, yep, sure, Team X is just gonna, you know, eliminate everyone and we're just going to be done with the game. There's none of that. I mean, the fact that we're only seeing now a team finally getting a back-to-back win a chicken dinner like Arab Golden at all signifies that quite well.
Yeah, and I mean, but it was also on 2 different maps, right? So two maps that we know historically they are quite proficient on, but I mean, as you've said, right, this is just it's just a wild guessing game for us at this point. But I mean, we won't have to guess too much longer, as we do see Quest starting to encircle World Abrood here. So it could be an interesting play, but we're seeing a very slow progression towards the zone, right? A big majority of the teams are all still holding their outlying regions. So GQ still exactly where they dropped, R8 still there, Ra'ad now starting to rotate up. I mean, RUKH, GEEKAY, Crash, Brute Force, the World of Battle, Vision, they're all still pretty much outside of zone. And yes, sure, this is only still the first phase, but we want to see a little bit of that preemptive play, right? What are these teams anticipating the zone is going to do, right? Is it going to be a zone committed to that southern edge? Is it going to be focusing towards the western bridge, right? There's so many factors that come into play, and I want to see what these teams are thinking.
I would love to just like, you know, take a crack at the mindset of these players, because there's a lot of times where, again, they will do something in game that from an objective point of view doesn't quite make sense, but it's because we don't necessarily have the information that they do on the ground, on the field, as you want to say it. And that leads to some very interesting points. A lot of the stuff we don't always get to look at. We miss a little bit because, well, we have 60 teams we have to look at. We don't get to see everything. And yeah, just the prowess at which these teams and the speed at which these teams have developed, I think is something that I will forever stay in awe of. Because I remember when we saw that first MEA champ, when we first saw Africa join Arabia and go head to head, it was a completely different story. Now everyone is on equal terms, just like Mazzaro is equally going to the lobby.
Yeah, I think that I think the learning curve was quite intense, but the teams have, you know, doubled down. They've stepped up to the challenge, and they are performing absolutely gloriously, right? I mean, we did see a few chats come into a few messages come into the chat where they say, "Oh, this region is stronger than that region." I mean, prove it, right? Because currently it seems like they are relatively even matched. Even take into consideration that we've got 10 teams from the Arabia region and 6 coming through from Africa. So, you know, there's already a great opportunity for both regions to learn from each other and see what they can maybe adapt and bring in. Because, as we know, only one team is going to be moving into the PMWI. Only one team. So there's a lot of opportunity here for teams to bring in that betterment, bring in that improvement. And, of course, we can see one of the NIGMA players now just, you know, camping. Were they camping on the bridge? No. Well, it just looked like that for a brief moment. But it does seem like they are going to be pushing across. And, I mean, it's only now at this point, seeing that the zone is now centered towards that western coastline, this is where things could get quite interesting. Because looking at the terrain, especially on this side of the island, I mean, it's a whole different ballgame.
Ooh, the southern side of Erangel has just been bringing wrenches into the works consistently for the teams. You know, I highlighted this, I think, in PMPL Africa, where I felt like they weren't going to get used to the northern sides of Miramar because we were always just in the south in the water. Now it's the exact same thing for Erangel. I feel like when we finally rotate to the north, they're going to be like, what is this Saverni? What is the shooting range you speak of? I have not seen this in many matches. But the teams, at this point, they should be well versed in what happens here towards this military base island. They've had so much practice already, and now we are just adding onto it with the MEA champs. I mean, with the positioning that we're seeing, R8 Esports, of course, still on towards the main island. They're going to be taking a bit of a pit stop, naturally, because RUKH Esports just up ahead of them is going to be locking this bridge down. We've got Triple Esports who are actually making, I hope, a bit of a boatation, although I see them just out in the water. I think Vahita is bringing the boat at least, so they should be getting to the island a little bit faster than just by swimming. So that means they have an option to either take a look at NIGMA Galaxy, NASR, or Arab Golden's position if they want to take the rotation there.
Well, I mean, there's only going to be one way to figure this one out, right? So it's all going to come down to how the teams played. And of course, as we look over towards the Eastern Bridge, it is going to be Brute Force, the World of Battle, with the addition of potentially GEEKAY and GQ moving in behind them. But down on the island itself, it is going to be a pretty sweaty play. Well, it's not the island, it's just north of it. But it is going to be R8 and Ra'ad getting into a little bit of R&R right here, right? Reno, Nosa on the defensive line, trying to keep the players from R8 at bay. Some pretty good utility placements coming through here. As you can see, Ida and Prestige taking a little bit of damage. But will we now see Ra'ad pick up the next few opportunities, these next few plays? Because this is going to be an important play, especially for the side of Ra'ad. I mean, their figures on Erangel not looking too great, but they have the chance now to improve those standings. and bring in a much stronger performance when it comes to Erangel. So far, so good. As the jump shots
Ooh.
come through, Zuxi just absolutely ablaze, hitting shot after shot. But now they got to mend that health bar, and with that, NASR gets spotted out. Oh, it is absolute carnage. Yep, here we go. Rad not going to survive that as R8 get the better of them.
GQ, hello, knock knock, here we are, just rolling into the world of battle. My goodness, what a card trick, but now can they pull a rabbit out of their hat because Arthur's still up and Adam trying to keep the name alive for the world of battle. They will find the second. Now on the other side of things, the world of battle needs to have those rotations in, but alas, I don't think it's on the cards.
Yeah, the only place they're going to be rotating now is back to the lobby as they get sent out with one elimination up. So far, both the teams that have been shipped out do so with 1 point to their name. So, you know, not all hope is lost, but let's see what that zone is going to bring. Is about, I'd say, probably 40% of the zone, maybe more, is just water. So it's going to be a very constricting position to try and hold. In the meanwhile, GEEKAY, yeah, they're going to stick to the main island, maybe opting for that western bridge. And they've got a minute and a few seconds to try and rotate all the way across, while also still tanking a bucket load of damage.
Through the blue zone, we do go. GK Esports late rotation for them going to be costing a little bit of their HP bars. We can say the same thing here for GQ. Moving on into the action, but of course, it's not going to stop just yet. As we head to the southern point of this island, the action is just going to get crazier. We can see RUKH Esports towards this east might be the welcome party for GQ, depending on how they shift this rotation. At the moment, obviously, they just want to focus on actually getting into the zone. As for GK Esports, it's going to be potentially R8 that might be that, well, that gate, that massive wall to get into safety.
Well, let's see, maybe they've brought a few, I don't know, like, I don't know, maybe they brought a little C4 or something with them to try and break down any potential wall they could be facing. But still, the journey looks pretty long, pretty arduous for the side there of GK, as they're about to make entry towards the zone. It's going to be Prestige now to welcome them on through, as we wait to see where this next shift is going to be taking us. Brute Force also going to be pushing through from that southern edge, so it could be a bit of an opportunity onto RTG, or maybe even an opportunity for RTG on towards them. But the zone is going to pop, and it is going to take us even further down. NIGMA now being smack dab center zone triple in a bit of a trying position. It does seem like they are holding on to the cliff edges there, but it's going to be a very, very tricky play now to secure any potential positions within the zone.
Yeah, RUKH also rotated towards that coastal line just to keep an eye out for any rotations from the coast, which is absolutely what they need to do, especially given where Crash Gaming might have to rotate in. We just take a little bit of a reminder of that R8 situation that we saw earlier. Again, these little clustered battles are just proving the chaos on Erangel. We are seeing so many players drop with these rotations, and at the end of the day, the teams have to take these opportunities to get eliminations sooner rather than later.
Yeah, no, that's the way they need to try and capitalize. But of course, now speaking about capitalization, right, that is going to be still a bit of an opportunity here for R8 to push across the bridge. They do have GQ to worry about, so that is why they are not fully committing to this push just yet. But Evo Station has been spotted and dealt with, so that does alleviate a little bit of the pressure for them. Meanwhile, GK trying to swim themselves all the way back into safety. And this could be a beautiful fishing session, especially looking at GK, because, I mean, they've got Crash as well as Vista all just huddle up ahead of them. So, a great opportunity to lock in a few of those elims. But, of course, we turn our focus back towards the east as we look at this western bridge. GEEKAY are trying to dominate as they do find their knock. Is going to be Prestige and Ida needing to hold it steady. But at this stage, the blue zone is not going to be friendly to anybody.
How did this turn the way that it did? Again, we have to remind you, GQ was the late rotation. They were the ones looking at R8 Esports as almost the gate to safety. Now they've turned it around, not only towards R8 Esports, but also potentially on towards RUKH, picking up eliminations, loving the energy that they're just cracking out here. They have lost one in that rotation. And it's not going to be an easy fight for them into the zone just yet. RUKH still going to be holding that line of sight. Prestige And Ida out here in the blue trying to make a rotation to safety. It looks like GQ will be giving them that space to make it happen. Over towards that waterline, as you were mentioning, Crash Gaming, GK, Vista, take your pick towards that coastal line. There are so many opportunities. I would say also for GK, the fact that they're already on the coast, already on land, just waiting for either Crash or Vista to take a bit of breath so they can take them out.
But the scary thing also is that we still have 14 teams remaining, right? And we've now centered up slowly on towards this western point of the zone. But Arab Golden now trying to find a bit of an opportunity here, holding onto that elevation, trying to see if they can maybe capitalize. And it is going to be a very tough play as we have RTG knocking on the door, pushing on through. Meanwhile, Vision running themselves into a little bit of a troubling play as they get backed up in 14s. And now center zone opens up. You can see NIGMA still holding onto those compounds. Vista also in a bit of trouble out in the drink. Crash facing a very similar fate. But the edge of zone, right here with Arab Golden and RTG yet to be decided. As Arab Golden, I mean, as I said, they have this elevation to try and utilize. But will they find those, the necessary angles? Because if you leave it to RTG, they're just going to wrap around and do exactly what they're doing now. Send in that utility barrage.
Absolutely, really applying the pressure here to Arab Golden. And it's time that they're wasting on this engagement when they could rather be finding a better position in zone, because I can tell you now that zone is going to be tough, just like it's going to be tough here for GQ, nearly going down to R8, but they managed to keep it up, only dropping one in the process. Meanwhile, we've got NASR very close and personal. Could be jumping into the action here with NIGMA Galaxy taking that rotation in as well. Towards that western side, there's going to be a little bit of a peak from everybody. But again, Triple has been quiet. Triple has just been waiting for the opportunity to jump and potentially take out GQ or NASR or anyone that's in their line of sight.
Yeah, I think definitely at this point, Triple would be a team to be a little bit worried about, right? Especially with them being so quiet. You know, they're just lurking in the wing. So they could be, they could be cooking up something. Something is going to happen. We don't know what just yet. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking on as Arab Golden now turn their focus solely down towards RTG. The shots connecting on through. Rio in a little bit of trouble. Very low on that health bar. Is going to be Riva now just looking to potentially maybe dip out of dodge. But up comes the hits, the sprays, down it goes the shot though. Teak getting traded. And now it's going to be Punch and P6 trying to defend. Are they going to be able to find their teammates? They have to act quickly because RUKH Esports are also getting ready to move on through. RTG trying to get themselves back onto a 3-piece, and this is going to be that trade opportunity. Unfortunately, the nade does not exactly find its point. But again, right, RTG trying to find that consistent approach, find that angle to push from, as they are yet to find phenomenal success. We know Arab Golden already securing themselves a winner chicken dinner when it comes to Erangel, but will we see that potential play now from RTG?
Ooh, needs to follow up with the damage dealt, but also operational issues here for Arab Golden as they need to recover from this situation. Damage has been dealt. And in terms of the utilities, I mean, you can just take a look at it. Rio, not a single med in sight, not a single utility, only a smoke to work with, and things aren't looking too healthy on the side of Arab Golden either. So there's only so much that they can invest in this little bit of a war of attrition before they need to give it up and rather focus on the goal. The goal naturally being to take it higher, to take it to a winning opportunity. But of course, GK Esports now from that coastal line, somehow, some way, they have made it to land. They have stepped on to the sands, only to be greeted here by NIGMA Galaxy, just pelting them with lead.
Let's see how it goes. Ooh, Ragnar, come on, trying to get the hit. It is going to be Kevin taking quite a few shots there. Quite a bit of damage getting dealt. But now the entirety of Crash hoping, that Kevin can survive it. Somehow, miraculously, Ragnar managing to connect the shots all the way from out of that smoke. Now, Coops also being presented with a bit of an opportunity here. They can find the play onto the side of GEEKAY. You see GEEKAY now just trying to lick their wounds, trying to get themselves back into contention. But NIGMA, they've got this position under lockdown. All they can do now is just leverage that and find those easy trades. Now, hope Ragnar not gonna be looking to make it all too easy. But of course, the zone, not an aggressive shift. The blue is gonna start shifting up momentarily. But here we go. Also, Quest taking a bit of a swing onto Arab Golden.
pain, 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 pain. That is all that RUKH is dishing out in bucket loads. As we take a look at that RUKH Esports, they've moved a little bit closer from that engagement against Arab Golden, giving themselves that spacing, but now they find themselves in such an awkward split. They're in a 1-1 split. One towards Quest, one towards Arab Golden. What do you do except hide and hope that Quest does not see you? But, well, I got news for you, Pusher. They know where you are.
Yeah, the pusher will get pushed, as we saw the puncher getting punched a little bit earlier. Not really, but let's go for it. Either which way, Quest trying to keep it nice and steady. Still going to be holding on to a full 4-piece. Only 3 teams currently sitting on a 3-piece on either end. Oh, but now it's going to be Ragnar looking to push up. Down goes Hope potentially as well, as it's down to the wire. Freak, this could be the chance, right? Hope now needing to keep it nice and steady, looking for a bit of an opportunity, but the shots just come blazing on through. RTG getting sent out in 8th place, and this is a great opportunity now. Oh, GEEKAY will have to settle for 7th. Quest still going to be looking to play the opportunity on towards RUKH Esports, holding on to that 2-piece. Pusher, Bronsberg, nice and steady angle, but the blue zone is going to force their hand. Meanwhile, the shots connect on through, and now the tables could potentially turn as RUKH gets knocked on down. Bronsberg now just trying to keep themselves back into the zone, but they have to get up. That is not going to be one that they can just sneak through on their belly, but a great opportunity still. Oh, well, it was there. The chance was there, but that is going to be the end of the road for RUKH.
Oh, end of the road indeed. But here we take a look at it. I mean, these are teams that have not had the best of opportunities to really capitalize. The only team that is actually still within the top 5 placement is Arab Golden, and they've been relegated down to 1, potentially down to none, and none it will be. Now, we take a look at Brute Force in 8th. We take a look at Quest Esports in 9th. We take a look at NIGMA Galaxy in 13th, and of course, Triple Esports in 14th. So every single one of these teams have so much to play for on the overall standings in this matchup. This 4-way squad is going to be a difficult opportunity, because now every single mistake is going to count. Every single kill is going to get them that much closer to the winner chicken dinner to close the gap on the overall standings.
Well, let's see how this one unfolds. It's going to be Triple still holding steady on the edge. Full squad up, 10 eliminations to the name, or full squad of 3. As Thor has already been thundered off. But Zakaria, has been spotted as Das sends in a cheeky little bit of an opportunity there. The zone getting ready to move. Who will be blessed? Is it going to go to that no man's land in and amongst everyone else? You can see already Rauf getting ready, right? Yep, they want to be the first one in, and there we go. NIGMA securing a bit of a foothold as they move on in. Of course, now looking at the rest of the teams, right? This is going to be that constriction coming through. The teams having to move a little bit further forward. Quest already sitting with 7 eliminations up. So good day at the office for them. Team with the 2nd highest elimination count out of the teams still alive. But let's see, could this be the play now? Triple, NIGMA, everyone looking for a little slice of that pie.
NIGMA Galaxy now trying to hold on to the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, the only other team still with a full squad, Brute Force, trying to just pick up whatever eliminations and give themselves as much space as possible here towards that southern point. We've also got Quest that's very close to them. We can have Triple Esports, pick up a few shots, maybe deal a little bit of a damage, but ultimately, it's going to come down to what Brute Force and Triple Esports are going to bring to the table. Oh, NIGMA Galaxy, can't forget about them either. They look a little bit hesitant, but they really don't feel comfortable in the current spot. Look at them rotating around, and look at this from Quest.
Oh, there we go. The shots are in. That is Quest now getting taken on down. 7 elims to the name. It is going to be a 3v4v4 to fight for that winner chicken dinner. We've been waiting to see Triple and NIGMA step it up. We've been waiting for Brute Force to step it up, and we are getting blessed with that performance from all 3 teams right here. But who's going to be the one, right? Only one team can get that winner chicken dinner. Triple are feeling a little bit of that pressure. As you can see, Old Boy is down, but we could see that rest come through as Icy is mending to their teammate. Now trying to suppress the advances coming through from Brute Force. But of course, NIGMA still playing towards the north. And it's a beautiful open field finish. Let's see how this one is going to unfold. I mean, at this point, essentially it can go any which way.
Yeah, but I would like to lean towards the Broody Fruities, as you like to call them. But for NIGMA and Triple, this just means so much more. This is so much more impactful for them if they can take the win here, especially for, I mean, a team like Triple Esports, who was the winner of PMPL Africa. They need to make a statement. And for NIGMA Galaxy, they also want to have that momentum to take into not only the last match of the day, but tomorrow, when they need to catch up to the overall standings. Brute Force, this is just another day at the office, and they can make it happen as well.
Yeah. But I mean, Triple already making a bit of a statement. As you can see, 11 eliminations to their name. So Triple, I mean, they've been so aggressive this time around. And I think it's good for them to try and pick up that momentum yet again. And hopefully it carries through to the final match of the day. But so far, Erangel definitely looking quite favorable right here. So Brute Force sitting on 6. Good position. Good bit of hard cover to try and utilize. NIGMA now trying to make a little bit of magic happen. I mean, they don't necessarily have the most aggressive run, but they've got a good position, good potential angle within that zone. Old boy, yeah, this is going to be a very tough one to try and get out of. Oh, they're going to be trying to dip and dodge those bullets all over the place. But the rest of the team caught in a very similar situation.
Let's take a look at it. Top 3 teams left. Oh, not before Lord goes in and picks up a beautiful shot. Coops jumping onto Triple Esports as well. So now all of a sudden it starts to potentially fall apart. Triple Esports, they need to move out. They're out in the blue. They're falling to the blue. And now we take a look at our final 2 teams. It's NIGMA Galaxy and Brute Force. The 2 teams here fighting for that winner chicken dinner. Again, massive focus on what NIGMA Galaxy can bring to the table. But Brute Force, I mean, it's the Broody Fruities, man. You still gotta support them.
Yeah, I mean, I'll continue to support the Broody Fruities. I mean, with a name that nice, why not, right? And of course, they've been showing a little bit of that brute force as well, as they've now been able to secure themselves up into the top 2. NIGMA looking pretty golden at this point, as the pressure is on. That blue zone is going to be absolutely devastating now for brute force. But look at this play. Rauf, Coops, Freak, everyone's getting ready to find that next opportunity, that next angle, and that is going to be Ado getting run down. And with that, the blue zone lends a helping hand. NIGMA secures the victory. The winner chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal play. 1,500 damage and a glorious 7 eliminations to boot.
Man, oh man. Just looking at that makes me so happy. Finally, we see a little bit of love given over towards NIGMA Galaxy. They have jumped into the action. They have brought a different story to tell. So, second last match of the day. They bring it home. Finally, we can give them the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic run. But let's take a look and see who our top performers from this past match has been. Of course, it is going to be Old Boy coming through with the most eliminations. Lord doing some lordy things, right? Finding 874 damage. But a very interesting performance coming through from Old Boy here. I mean, taking the most eliminations, one of which was a grenade. And then, of course, hitting the longest shot as well. So a very well-rounded performance being brought in by Old Boy.
Yeah, a very well-rounded and absolutely beastly performance coming through from Old Boy to award them those fantastic points. And again, very much needed points. I think that took Triple Esports up to 26 points, I believe, total that they've grabbed today. And going into this match, they only had 10. So it gives you can do the quick math. Fantastic game from them. But let's go take a look at the match rankings. Again, it was such a difficult map for these teams, because every single one of the teams in that top 5 placement had so much rooting on that win.
Yeah, I mean, like, this was an absolutely essential play, but I mean, a very satisfying one coming through nonetheless, right? I mean, Quest also locking in that consistency, but I think this was just an opportunity to restore a little bit of that hope for Triple and NIGMA. I mean, because as we saw, they were having a pretty tough play, having a pretty tough position to try and work with. And this Erangel, it was that opportunity. Sure, I mean, Triple, 3rd place, it's not the same as a winner chicken dinner, but it still boosts the team morale, right? It gives them that opportunity to just remind themselves as to how awesome they are, right? Because I mean, we've got 16 awesome teams right here, and all of them should be even. And of course, well, some of them have to take no points. That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
They were hungry, you know, they wanted some donuts. That's completely understandable. Donuts are delicious, so they just went and grabbed themselves a few donuts to work with and get themselves ready and set for the last Miramar of the day. But for Vision Esports, they have enough points. Okay, it's fine. They have enough points. I think it's about time we start spreading it to the rest of the team. So that's exactly what happened here. That little bit of an upset is what we like to see. You know, we don't have that one team that's dominating.
Yeah.
Or over dominating every single match. We have that constant ebb and flow that's coming through, and this match was a prime example of that. The fact that we said goodbye to our top 5 teams almost in an instant really gave you the indication that this was going to be something different, and we can go remind ourselves by taking a look at those highlights to see how it panned out.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be a match-to-match domination, but we are seeing like a, you know, every second or third match, maybe, right, depending on, you know, what that zone and everything does. But again, you know, moving towards this western side of the island, it's just absolutely brutal. So, you know, mad respect going out to these teams, just looking so cool and confident, working through all this carnage. It was absolutely amazing to watch. And of course, unfortunately, Kevin, well, they'll have to settle for a little bit of that beach real estate as we saw them finish up there. But I mean, again, right, the zone just doing its thing, and these teams not shying away from the challenge. I mean, at any point, right, Triple or even NIGMA could have said, you know what, we don't know. But they just kept the focus on, they just kept the pressure there. And I mean, Triple, though, still walking away with 11 eliminations. That's absolutely amazing for them.
It's the best performance we've seen from Triple so far. It's absolutely refreshing to see that performance from Triple as well. Again, you could see here just towards the end, it unfortunately came down to a rotational issue that didn't really award them anything past this point. You can say the exact same for Brute Force. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy, they swooped on in, found the one, and then the blue zone just came to finish off the remaining 2, so they didn't even get an opportunity to get those final 2 points. It happens. But yeah, rotation. The goal of that match was just the rotations.
Yeah, speaking about rotations, let's rotate over into Triple to get a little bit of a breakdown, look at a few stats as well to see how they've been doing. And of course, I mean, what a performance, right? 1500 damage, but they've also taken a bucket load of damage as well.
Yeah, my goodness. I mean, just as much as they're dishing out, they are basically receiving. So equal opportunists is what we like to call them. But still, 11 eliminations, we have to highlight this because, again, it's one of the higher elimination counts that we've seen so far. And it's from a team like Triple, who's been struggling for the last couple of matches. So it's incredibly good to see them. For all of the Triple fans, they must be absolutely elated at these facts, at these numbers, because this potentially is the rise of Triple once again. But that means it can't stop here. Please, you know, one great game is not going to make up for the rest of the teams absolutely gunning it, especially in the next couple of matches.
Well, speaking about the next couple of matches, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stick around and we'll be right back with the final match of the day. Hello, guys. Welcome back. We missed you, but of course, well, you know, we have one more game to go, right? It's going to be Miramar, the final rumble of the day, to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. Now, we've been seeing quite a bit of excitement come in, right, with regards to the daily movement of particular teams, right? Now, that last performance that we saw coming through from NIGMA as well as from Triple, at least on the daily performance, right? I mean, NIGMA, they moved up 8 slots in that one match, right? It's not reflective of the overall rankings, right? We'll get to that in a bit. But of course, Triple, they've also jumped 6 slots all the way up into the 8 for the day. But looking at the overall rankings, I mean, as things look pretty exciting. Brute Force, they jumped up 3 slots.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely great to see. And I mean, as you said it, you know, in terms of those overall rankings, how they are reflected, NIGMA Galaxy on the overalls jumped up 3, Triple Esports jumped up 2. You know, there's been a little bit of trouble as well for the likes of VISTA Gaming on the overall rankings. They've dropped 4 placements, so that's looking a little bit tough. But what's interesting, as we talk about the number 4, our top 4 teams have not moved.
Yeah.
They have stayed solidly in place on the overall rankings. They've just been increasing those points and getting themselves to triple digits. And you highlighted, you know, on the break as well, the fact that Vision and Quest Esports, I mean, not a team that I thought I'd be saying this about, but I'm so happy I am, have both gotten themselves 32 eliminations just today.
It's insane. It's insane, right? So these two teams, they've been working exceptionally hard. So, you know, I love what they are cooking. I want to see more of that. And
what?
My goodness!
Hey, it's about time.
Yeah,
we've been waiting for this.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about water at some point, right? I think there's a little bit of a delayed reaction coming through, but there we go. I mean, we saw similar zone to this coming through into the PMPL Arabia finals as well. So I'm quite curious to see how the teams are going to look to play this one.
Well, if they I guess either way, they've got experience. If you came from PMPL Africa or you came from PMPL Arabia, this is familiar to you. What's really interesting, though, is that it forces Vision into a position that they normally are not. It puts them in the center of the zone because they're all the way to that edge line, you know, into their usual drop site, of course, of Impala. But all of a sudden now, they are the center zone team. They are the team that is going to be put under pressure. So this is going to be fun. If we do head all the way to that island, I will be a very, very happy person because that's just going to bring chaos. But even if we stick to that edge line, I mean, the sheer cliff drop that we see over towards those positions are so incredibly difficult to just navigate. I mean, to set yourself up for a win in that position, in that terrain, is almost impossible. Almost.
Yeah, but you know what's also pretty impossible? Is the shift to the islands. So who knows? Maybe today could be a day of impossibilities coming to fruition. Yeah, it would. It'd be also quite exciting. But yeah, let's see how this one.
It's not impossible. It is.
Yeah,
possible.
it's not. Yeah, we've already seen it very, very limited times, right? I think I've only seen it once, and
Yeah,
aside from competitive, I've only experienced it once in casual play. So that says a lot. So it's not a very regular occurrence. It is quite rare, but if it happens, it is absolutely insanely funny and chaotic at the same time.
It would be fun. That's all that matters. But yeah, we take a look at Division as the center team. Obviously, Triple will be joining them from the south of Puerto Pereso. In terms of all the other teams, Arab Golden, very far rotation for them, all the way from Trailer Park, where they usually do drops, so no surprise there, and they are pretty used to that long rotation. So they will be beating out Crash Gaming for the longest rotation this map. And yeah, I mean, just in terms of taking stock of what we've seen today, we mentioned briefly, you know, a few of those changes for Triple Esports and NIGMA Galaxy respectively, but there's been like semblances of hope for a lot of the teams. Like I'm especially interested to see what R8 Esports have been doing, because they've also in the daily stats just picked up at least 2 slots. They've managed to pick up a very healthy 21 eliminations, so they're second only to Vision and Quest Esports respectively, and VISTA. But it has been a tough day of battles for these teams.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I mean, but for 2 teams in particular, based on what we've seen so far, right? We've already highlighted them a little bit, right? With Vision and Quest sitting on 32 eliminations apiece. But also, I mean, they have brought in pretty consistent points, right? So 52 points going to the side of Quest, 63 going to the side of Vision. I mean, it looks pretty impressive, because the closest we have to that is NIGMA sitting on a grand total of 34 points. So, you know, there is a little bit of a drop off moving in, an 18-point difference. And from there, it's pretty consistent across the board, right? Until, of course, we get to the World of Battle, who unfortunately find themselves on only 2 points for the day.
Only 2 points for the day. That is... Yeah, that has been tough for the World of Battle. And I mean, on the overall standings, they are finding themselves at the bottom of the overalls. So it's been a tough day at the office, but that's still roughly at about 23 points total. I mean, the team right ahead of them is, of course, NASR. They're with 39. Then it goes up to the 48s. It goes up to the 50s. So I don't want to say it's impossible. I'm just going to say it's going to be difficult.
Yeah. I mean... But a lot of stuff that we see happening here is just difficult, right? I mean, the teams just make it look easy, right? Let's be honest about it. They make it look effortless, you know, just pulling off the maneuvers that they're pulling off. I mean, I've tried it. I failed horribly, but maybe that's just because I'm a bot. Who knows, right? It could be many different factors coming into play here. But the way that they handle themselves out on this battlefield, even under this pressure, I think is very commendable.
No, it is. It's pretty impressive that we've seen everyone stepping up. I mean, especially with the NIGMA Galaxy taking that win in the previous match. It's been such a long-fought battle, especially for fans of NIGMA Galaxy, that we've been waiting for that sort of performance. We've been waiting for them to bring us a glimpse of their previous seasons of performances and the caliber of which we know that they are capable of. But it's tough on this stage. I mean, the fact we still have every single one of our PMPL champions struggling.
Yeah.
They are still struggling. They are still battling up against, you know, the brand new Vision Esports, the brand new Crash Gaming, the brand new but similar Arab Golden Galaxy, GEEKAY Esports. They've all been performing so solidly that it's exactly why we haven't seen a single one of those of our top 4 teams make any sort of shifts today. They have stayed in their position as which they started with at the beginning of the day, which is incredible. But it just does mean that we need to see a little bit more from teams like NIGMA, from Triple, from anyone else, especially from the World of Battle. But enough of that. We want to take a look at what is happening right now. And what that is rotation, and RTG having a bit of a crash into Triple.
Yeah, a little bit of a crash. I mean, they found one. Now there's still a triple dose of Triple to come through, so maybe we could still see some opportunities coming through. I'd also be quite watchful of Vision up on the hill there. I mean, that looks like a very interesting position to play from. But yeah, I mean, seeing that we were looking at the World of Battle, I mean, ideally we want to see them make it up into Wood Zone and make it past that early elimination point. Because in general, also, you know, they have a little bit of a tough time when it comes to the side of Miramar. But also then the other team is going to be GQ, right? They've also not had the craziest run when it comes to the side of Miramar. I mean, a good position that they find themselves in right at the moment, positioned right there alongside R8 and, of course, quite a few other teams alongside them. But it does seem like they are going to be looking to play a little bit more of that center zone positioning. So however they look to tackle this one, I hope that, you know, they've got that focus in, right, to see a similar kind of play, a similar kind of bounce back like we had come through from Triple Enigma in the previous match.
Absolutely. And sadly enough, we will not be seeing the island. We will be shifting a little bit more towards the northern side. So we still are taking roughly about a 30 to 40% of that available land away from the teams. This terrain's still not easy by any means necessary. However, it does mean that massive shift to the north, that massive migration is now going to concur because everyone is looking for some compounds. They're looking for some spacing to work with. NASR already greeting their neighbors in the form of VISTA, taking one and getting dealt one as well as VISTA move in for the finish. Enough damage being dealt, but J7 just hot on the trigger.
Yeah, this is going to be an important play, especially looking at the side of NASR. I mean, to find a little bit more consistency when it comes to Miramar. I mean, they are looking good with regards to points, right? Good-ish, but yeah, maybe things could just click in a little bit more. So far, it does seem like VISTA are definitely getting the upper hand with that NASR down to a 2-piece. So let's see what Bisk and Sko are going to be bringing through. But of course, you know, this is the duo combo that you want for NASR. Xenox, Spec, they're going to be holding down the fort. But now they have to defend and watch out for these off angles as Bisk just lights it up. Good opportunity. But so close to the clutch. Spec now trying to just push out, trying to find that extra little bit of leverage. And of course, the off-angle plays coming through as GQ sneak in a bit of a third-party opportunity.
Hey, that's what you have to do, especially on a map like Miramar. No, that's just weird. It's not Miramar, but it's what's happening here. We've seen this exact same sort of chaos happening on Erangel. Again, maps that you won't necessarily expect with all of the spacing that they are being allotted because of the zone shift, because of the position that they've been put in. It is basically like we have a mini Sanhok happening here. Teams don't have the space to work with. We still have every single team represented in some fashion or manner into such a tiny space. And of course, we had to add the water in as well. VISTA Gaming, however, they are up, they are healed up, they are ready to take down their opponents of NASR.
I mean, I love this back and forth between Xenox and Spec, right? So the one gets rezzed, and well, of course, Visk has to end it right there. Now it's going to be Buddy rushing in on a little bit of that Arab Golden Galaxy spice here, but unfortunately, they will be put to the stop as Jafar comes rotating in. It is going to be a 2-2 split for the side here of Crash Gaming, but will it suffice? Will they be able to find the play on towards Puncher? The answer to that is no. Walsh Kevin having to try and pick up the ball, and maybe we could see them abandon this approach and maybe look for a bit of a disengage. But I think they could also just be looking to wrap in and just come in from the opposite end.
Arab Golden now going to be feeling some of the pressure. Crash Gaming looking to take back some of their glory from yesterday's performances as they need to catch up to Vision Esports, and that might start here by them taking out Arab Golden. We know for Arab Golden, they are currently in 3rd place. They are fighting up against our 2nd place team, so it's a bit more of a focus for them to make this one count.
Well, let's see. It's down to the wire. Kevin now trying to pick up a bit of a strafe here, finding the hit markers on towards Buncher. Oh, UMP reigns supreme. But now it's going to be Teak that they still need to try and deal with as the confirmations get stacked on through Kevin. Now on the sole defensive here, are they going to be able to get the job done? We've got mollies, we've got utilities, we've got everything flying all over the place. I don't exactly see Kevin getting that res all the way towards Walsh. But maybe they could strafe their way into victory here, getting the beautiful clutch play. Oh, the answer, though, is going to be no, as they will be ended right there. But a valiant effort being put forth there by Crash Gaming. Of course, with that, down to 13 teams we go.
Ooh.
And Brute Force. Ooh, that's not a good one.
No. So the rest of Brute Force will be saying thank you, but no thank you. Not going to be dealing with that right now. Let's just rotate on out of the situation as far as we possibly can. because RTG are bringing in a whole different level of aim. But unfortunately, as we've mentioned before, this terrain, it is not conducive to these last-minute rotations. Trying to set yourself up in this chaos now for a win on this terrain, not going to be easy. There are only, like, I would say 3 set locations where you could count yourself as in a better position. Otherwise, yeah, just take a dip into the water because nowhere else is really safe.
Yeah, you guys got to do what you need to do at this point, but a nice little bit of a spread going through with the team's positioning, right? A big concentration of teams over towards the southwestern side. Now AZ could maybe get spotted as the blue zone comes through. Does force the hand here for RUKH, but NASR not going to settle with not having the angle. Instead, they're going to look to try and play it, but AZ already preemptively coming through with a spray. That vehicle just needs to go up in flames, and that is going to be the end, though. But look at the Zooks. He gets found, and down they go. It is going to be RUKH absolutely just ripped from Miramar.
What did I just witness? Okay, Rod. How? But okay, it's fine. Whatever. We move on. We say goodbye to RUKH. We say goodbye to a plethora of teams as we need to take a look at our top 12. Now, holding on again to this terrain, I am liking the position that RUKH Esports are holding. I think GEEKAY Esports also have that opportunity to really put a bit of a pressure point on any rotating team, especially NIGMA Galaxy. Unfortunately, R8 Esports, Arab Golden, that entire trio of teams there towards the northern side need to decide between themselves who's going to be the team moving on into the rest of this matchup. Whereas to the south, of course, it is VISTA and the World Up Battle. We know for the World Up Battle, this is massive. Just picking up anything at this point in time sets them up in terms of momentum for tomorrow. They are currently the team at the bottom. They are currently the team most in need, not only of points, but momentum. So it comes down to this one. Take it nice and slow, break it down. Hopefully, they set themselves up strong for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good, right? World of Battle, I mean, they're looking pretty good. They've made it up at least into the top 12. But all they now need to do is just, you know, keep that consistency going. Because I think at the end of the day, that is going to be the key factor for, you know, a successful run. I mean, they've got a great opportunity to also just rotate forward up in towards that zone, look to claim a little bit of ground. I mean, there's quite a few positions to choose from, right? No more compounds really to speak much of, but either which way, you can still utilize the living heck out of the terrain. Speaking of which, that is exactly what Vision is trying to do here. As you can see, RTG caught in a bit of a vulnerable position. Ooh, Dardo gets found out as GQ continues with the onslaught, but now Quest turning all their focus onto the side of the World of Battle, and this whole situation just keeps on getting turned on its head.
The World of Battle not really having any sort of spacing to try and dissect the situation. Quest going to be sending a few more nades, trying to just get that confirmation. Unfortunately, they're doing more damage to their teammate than they are to the World of Battle, but GQ will step in and put them out of their misery. Now, the World of Battle just needing to take any time they are allotted to set themselves back up. Quest, they need to focus on recovery, right? The rest of the teams need to focus on rotation. I mean, Vision, similarly, this is what I was talking about. For once, they are the team in center. Look where they go out. In 12th position with, am I correct in saying not a single elimination? I did not see eliminations, but that's what it is. So immediately as you turn around that position, as you take them out of that outskirts play, out of that late rotational play, they start to struggle. And this might be a sign for the other teams. It might be a sign because of that all of this aggression and this crazy terrain, but it is what has happened on our last Miramar.
Yeah, well, I mean, Vision, yeah, they didn't exactly get sent out with nothing. I mean, they do walk away with at least 3 eliminations, so,
Yeah, not bad.
you know, they did a little bit of some over here and over there. But I mean, this is a great run coming through for the World of Battle, though. I mean, they are in 11th place, so not exactly in placement point territory. So they still need to keep their wits about them, right? They still need to try and just outlast a little while longer. Meanwhile, it's not going to be the same thing coming through there for Koa, as the zone does get the better of them. But with that, of course, we drop down to our final 10 remaining teams. Brute Force not yet having any points. Same can be said there for RUKH as well as R8. But we are just about to approach placement point territory. So there's going to be a lot at stake here, especially now looking at where the zone has shifted. And again, the water stays in play.
Whoop. Here we go. Arab Golden, a bit of a rotation for them. Again, I mentioned that trio of R8, RUKH, and Arab needing to decide how this one was going to turn out. And this is it. I mean, Arab Golden, they were finding themselves in such a tough battle here with Crash Gaming, but they managed to keep their wits about them. And now they're sitting pretty towards the northern side of the coastal line. So a little bit of hard work there to get rid of Crash Gaming is going to give them quite a good amount of opportunities. You can see they're already reaching into Broody Fruity, or the Brute Force team, as we are
No,
supposed to be saying.
100% correct. No, Broody Fruity, that's right on
Yeah,
point.
no, it's their new name. Anyway, ignore what's on the screen. It's a lie. Kidding. But now the World of Battle and Quest rotations to the south, right alongside this road line. You can see GEEKAY Esports and GQ once again finding one another and once again in a position to put all of these rotating teams out for the count.
I mean, vehicle rotation at this point is a little bit risky, but I mean, so far so good. Oh, but absolute insane play coming through from Ragnar as they just pick up the trades, and that is the World of Battle rotating themselves right into the lobby. 4 eliminations up. So good play, nonetheless. Good attempt being brought forth there, but now it is going to be GEEKAY looking to show a little bit of dominance as they look to leverage the angles onto GQ. But GORKA, and of course, well, only GORKA is going to be holding in the wing. The rest of the team down on their knees, and I mean, this could be their ticket.
It can be indeed. The golden ticket is right around the corner, but who's going to be grabbing it first? RTG, a little bit of a quieter day for them, but they've already picked up 4 eliminations just in this Miramar. Now looking ahead to GEEKAY Esports. It's going to be tough for them to take this aggression to GEEKAY, depending on how many smokes they have available to make that rotation in, or if they're just going to be sending it. I don't see any vehicles in check just yet, but they could just be on the outskirts of that coastline. But of course, NIGMA Galaxy with that rotation closer to this position. I wouldn't do anything just yet. We need to still see how the zone is going to be shifting, but at least they can, for now, deal some damage, just doing a bit of peeking and prodding.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about peek and prodding, right, one team we haven't seen all too much of just yet is going to be the side of R8, right? They're holding towards the northwestern side, waiting for the zone to be decided. And then we could potentially see a bit of a play coming through. RUKH also very similar kind of positioning that we have here. I mean, they've also not yet found a single elimination. I mean, all the other teams aside from Neos, therefore Brute Force, have secured eliminations. I mean, we see Team GQ sitting on 8 elims. We were asking for Team GQ to step up the performance when it comes to this map, and that is exactly what they've been doing so far, of course, down to a very tough number, right? GORKA being the sole survivor is going to limit the options, but maybe we could still see a strong placement point finish coming in.
Ooh, cheeky. That center zone. Now it's going to be centering up on towards Arab Golden. Does mean Puncher might just want to regroup with their team because they do not want to be the focal point of these next few rotations. Still 9 teams left into this position, so you do not want to be the focus point, as we've seen before. RTG, still quite a spread for them. Trying to break down what's happening here. Keep an eye out on NIGMA, keep an eye out on GEEKAY. At least RUKH has been found by Groza, so that's a little bit more spacing to work with. Also an immediate turnaround there by GQ. We say goodbye to them thanks to Quest, but now here is some movement from GEEKAY. They take the fight to RTG.
Oh, come on, keep it coming, RTG though, having a slight bit of an advantage, right? They've dipped their toes in the zone, and now they could actually maybe look to leverage that, but of course Santa gonna come through, just ho-ho-hoing it up top, looking to see if they can turn the tables around. Speaking about tables, NIGMA, off they go, getting sent out for eliminations to their name. A pretty tough run, and of course a very challenging zone to work with, but RTG looking to capitalize as Santa now moves a little bit closer, just looking to reinforce the team. As you can see, Ragnar and Hope readying up those nades. Santa on the money with the nade though, finds Kalaga. 1 down, 3 more to go. Could this be that opportunity now for the side of GEEKAY to pick up another strong finish?
Oh, the absolute send that is RTG into the side of GEEKAY Esports to make the statement, to get the final hit onto Santa will be the confirmation. As we say goodbye to GEEKAY Esports, it does provide an opportunity for R8 to roll into the punches. RTG towards the southern point of the terrain. Arab Golden reaching in to also get a piece of the action to RTG. Well, they just need to focus on recovery and setting themselves up for this engagement now with R8 that they do not really have much time to prepare for.
Well, let's see how it goes. Of course, now RTG still trying to find the rhythm, find the flow. I'm lying because they've already secured themselves 8 eliminations. R8, though, on the opposite side, sitting on only 1 to account for. SK-Ton being brought to their knees is going to be solely reliant on SK-Ton now to bring in, or rather IDA to bring in that res. Prestige moving in for that fortification. But I'm curious to see how R8 are going to play this one. I mean, we saw this play from them previously on a bit of that Erangel action, right? They've already been, Miramar action rather, being able to secure themselves a winner with a chicken dinner. So there's no reason for them not to feel confident at this point, right? They still have that full squad up, and they could definitely look to leverage that in their favor.
Absolutely. This next zone, though, will be the determinant. Of course, we can see Arab Golden still holding a nice center position, trying to peek and prod and see what they can find. Almost like they're going fishing for some eliminations, but RTG, R8, this is the focal point. R8, they were the ones who started this. Will they be the ones to finish it?
Oh, it could be. It could be. Already 3 elims up. Trying to close up that bubble, but here we go. Prestige is down, right? So RTG down to Rio. I mean, a phenomenal performance coming through from RTG. They've just been doing absolutely amazing work. But let's see how Rio is going to get themselves back into that next zone, as we can see it just centering up on itself. Arab Golden starting to expand, trying to play their options here, trying to play their hand. And RUKH also still looking pretty contentious. Again, not a single elimination to their name, but they have the numbers to work with. So it's all going to come down to how they make this last play work. Of course, well, we're about to hit that 8th phase, or at least the zone is going to start closing up for the 7th phase. And this is now that opportunity, right? Down to 6 teams, only 14 players alive.
Just looking at the spread that RTG are taking, I mean, in terms of that Western focus, they definitely have almost every single angle covered, but it will be as a solo. So again, as an example, SK-Ton in this position, yes, at least they're only up against a solo of Vihadan, but if they get caught out, there is no backup just for the time being. So I'm glad that they're taking that regroup, making this from a 1-1-1-1 split to at least a 2-2. Will be able to get themselves back and regrouped, because at this point it's anyone's game. We still have massive positioning from RUKH Esports to consider as well, and R8 definitely cannot be giving away any freebies.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I mean, this is not the point where you want to give anything away for free, but Fidan trying to make it count, keeping it nice and steady, nice and quiet. So close to that zone, but still, I mean, still a little bit further to go, right? 24 meters, it doesn't seem like much, but in a lobby like this, 24 meters could mean the difference between surviving the next phase or getting sent on out. So let's see how Fiadan is going to play this one. Oh, they are going to get tested. The blue zone is going to start nipping at their heels. Out comes the spray, though. Ida just dodging lead all over the place, and that has now given them the cue to start lighting it up. And there we go. Ragnarok secures the finish. Now, down to the final 4 we go. It is going to be a 4v4v4, right? That's essentially what we've got left. 12 players remain, 4 teams, 1 solo, just, sprinkled in there as well. But I'm pretty sure Neos is not going to be able to survive the damage coming through from that blue zone. But let's see how it goes. Ab Golden, though, good sneaky spot, just held over towards the southern edge.
RUKH Esports are moving in from that northern position. They've been waiting for the opportunity, and now finally they get a chance. Arab Golden sending a few nades, just a few welcoming presents, because they've been holding onto the center position for so long. They do not want to be giving it up anytime soon. R8 Esports, of course, still that western front that they are applying. They might honestly just push all of these 3 teams off of the coastline. They have that ability. They have those line of sights to make it happen.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen this in horror movies, right? When that wall just starts to close on up, you run out of options. So let's see. Maybe this could be that play. Maybe R8 could be the horror of Miramar. But RUKH now just holding down on the coastline. Not a lot of space to work with. I mean, they still could potentially rotate up towards the higher ground. But AXA can try and maybe put a bit of a stop to that. And I mean, this is the exciting part of this terrain. Is like there's still so many different potentialities that could come through from this. But let's see. I mean, it's still a bit of a back and forth. You know, utilities getting sent all over the place. But I'm surprised to see R8 keeping it steady, just holding, locking in on that 2-2 split, waiting to see what the rest of the lobby is going to bring on through. That's now going to be RUKH trying to create a bit of an opening here, as they do find some success down on towards the players there from Arab Golden. Oh, but up comes the nade. That is Puncher getting smacked. Down they go. Teak. And of course, AXA having to hold steady, as Eugene could also bring in a bit of an upset.
That's exactly what I'm saying. R8, they have the ability to just literally lay down fire from the top of these high rises, either onto Arab Golden or even to RUKH Esports if they go that far. But for now, the focus is on Arab Golden. They are in the Valley of Doom, and right now they need to find an opener. AXA needs to get this opening onto Rami and give themselves some spacing to work with. But look at that, just as they want to reach out, lo and behold, it's R8 to jump in and pick up a knock.
Oh, yeah, R8 now just stepping up like it's no one's business with that. It is going to be Arab Golden getting shipped out as the eliminations go straight into the kitty there for R8. Already 7 elims. I mean, just a few moments ago, right? They were sitting on nothing. Now already 7 elims strong. Brute Force, RUKH, both teams also sitting on that bubble. So let's see how this one is going to play out. And I mean, again, I have to agree with what you said about R8, just having the opportunity to leverage their position as Escaton does find Neos, and down to the final 2 we go. It's going to be RUKH v R8. Oh, Ida gets the nade, and this could be that absolute runaway play now from the R8 side.
This could be it, but of course they still have to go up against the likes of RUKH Esports, who have seemingly been looking like they are on an awakening, but this is their time to get eliminations. They have been pretty quiet. That was their first elim, and that will be from the side of R8. Now they need to make it happen, down to only 2. Can they bring the winner chicken dinner home? It is going to be no, thanks to Ida.
Oh, R8 coming out of literally left field, right? Sneaking their way into the zone, and just with an absolutely overpowering performance, 12 eliminations and 1900 damage to add on top of that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal play coming through from R8.
Spicy. It's spicy. That's all I can say. It is spicy. I mean, the fact that we had Miramar heading to those coastal lines in the first place, again, that terrain, I've told you, it is wild. The immediate drop-off that you have to deal with, you're literally taking an uphill battle. You're literally on a cliffside. If you make one small move or you make an incorrect judge of character, you fall into the drink like we saw with BF. You can hide out there, but you're not going to be in the position to actually pick up the eliminations. And just with R8 moving in, we can take a look at the match rankings to remind ourselves again, but ultimately, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see R8 players just strewn alongside the match report.
Yes, but unfortunately, we are looking at the match rankings, right? So it's just spelled slightly differently. But of course, R8 walking away with a glorious 22 pointers there. I believe this might be the biggest chicken that we've seen so far in this championship. So mad respect going out there to R8, 12 eliminations strong. Arab Golden and RTG, though, finishing on the double digits themselves as well. So absolutely brilliant effort. But, I mean, RUKH, they took second, right? Only walking away with that 1 elimination, putting them on 7 points in total. So you want to say this was a very, very challenging zone? I think you would be 100% accurate. I mean, even Brute Force, right? Getting taken out in 3rd place, not a single elimination to boot.
Yeah, look, it was tough. I mean, even if we highlight RUKH Esports, right, who came second, only 1 elimination, and it was within those final few seconds. So it's going to be a tough one. But yeah, DK, I think it wasn't the biggest chicken. I think we've had a 14 elimination winner chicken dinner today. So they're getting close.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Vision with 23. So yeah. It was, thank you to the producer for highlighting that for us. He do the math better than we can. But we do have to say hello to Ra'ad and Triple Esports for joining us in the donut shop, as they unfortunately didn't have the best of games. And it was weird. Again, when Ra'ad went out, it completely took me by left field. I wasn't expecting to say goodbye to them so early on. Triple Esports have had this weird energy. They start off some games really strong. They give us a whole different kind of performance, and then literally in the next map they drop out first. So I'm not too sure what the cause for that is. It could be, if we go and analyze, it could be in terms of drops, it could be locations, it could be rotations. Hopefully they go and they do the homework though and see what really is happening.
Well, of course, another thing that we could look at exactly what is happening is going to be a breakdown here between ArabGolden and RTG. Of course, quite a vast difference with regards to damage, right? 2,000 damage getting brought in there by RTG and 1,000 from the side of ArabGolden Galaxy. But, I mean, ArabGolden able to milk 6 eliminations out of only 1,000 damage.
Yikes. Yeah, it's been tough. So what's pretty interesting about this one, as we took a look at some of the previous matches, we could see that there was this like very close and contentious fight between the teams, and in that head-to-head, obviously both of these teams picked up 10 points, right? They were twinning it out, and now this head-to-head showcases how differently that actually unfolded. Again, RTG, with the rotations that they had, with the spacing that they got to work with, it allotted them a lot more opportunities for eliminations. ArabGolden had to literally go from fight to fight to fight, especially coming through from that northern side and ending up in center. You are the target of so many teams. They were in the Valley of Doom, and unfortunately, eliminations as they got sent back to the lobby.
It's inevitable, right? It happens at the end of the day, and you know that is what makes it so exciting. It can still swing in either which way, but of course, speaking about excitement, let's take a look at the overall scores to see how this has then impacted that overall performance. It is, of course, still going to be Vision holding on to pole position. In fact, our top 5 didn't change at all, not a single shift. But what we did see is RTG and R8 climbing up 3 spots and 4 spots respectively. So mad respect to them, but we also have a 4-way tie, right? 4 teams sitting on 72 points apiece.
I can't believe this. We had Vision Esports ending up on 72 points yesterday as the #1 team, and then we just go and replicate that 4 times because we can. Oh, it's hilarious. But we can go take a look at something else other than this 4-way tie. It's insane. Actually, it's just actually insane.
I mean, it's also 72 points in eliminations for Vision.
Exactly. So it's just this constant replication of the number 72. Just like we were constantly replicating 19, now we're constantly replicating 72. But it's good to see the momentum shift as well. You can see there's a different point of focus, as we just highlighted RTG and ArabGolden as an example. RTG with 43 eliminations. Absolutely wild compared to some of the other teams around them. But yeah, second page, this is where things start to get a little bit interesting. Like we said, 72 is the golden number, it seems.
Yeah.
So Quest Esports only 3 away from making that happen. And yeah, it's hilarious that the World of Battle is literally just 72 inversed as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I see patterns all over the show.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite a patternless leaderboard that we are looking at right here. But I mean, looking at the positionings on the second page, there's not a vast gap with regards to points, right? We've got a 5-point, 1.6, 6, 3, 8, and then, of course, a 13-point drop towards that 16th position. But looking at the eliminations, I mean, the World of Battle, not that far away with regards to aggression, right? It just comes down to the consistency with regards to placement, right? Making it up into placement point territory. So only 3 placement points out of 12 matches. It's a bit of a problem, right? We need to see a little bit more focus being brought in onto that. But of course, speaking about focus, let's focus in on our MVP for the day. Well, apparently we need to guess first. Right, so without cheating, let's try and figure this one out. Who can it be?
I have honestly no idea. I would imagine it's someone from Vision Esports, because just purely based on the eliminations that they got.
Mon.
Yeah, Mon could be a very good contender, but also Quest Esports, they also got a ridiculous amount of eliminations. So it's someone from Vision or Quest, maybe? Okay.
Hey!
I got it.
Al-Hajj sneaking on in. I mean, absolutely phenomenal play. I mean, well, we can't even be surprised because, I mean, it is Al-Hajj at the end of the day, right? So,
oh yeah,
a player we know being very capable of showing this level of aggression. And what a phenomenal play. But, I mean, it just looks so great. This is about a third of the contribution of the amount of eliminations for the Quest team today. A third of that pretty much coming through from RUKH. So mad respect going out to him.
Yeah, 11 out of 35 thanks to RUKH. And again, we started with that interview. I feel like it was just fate.
Oh,
that
yes.
We ended off the day with an MVP for RUKH. We should have known, yeah. As soon as that interview happened, we were like, cool, that's going to be MVP. That's MVP material right there. But yeah, moving into today's matches, I mean, great effort from everyone, especially with those top 4 consistent players, top 5 consistent teams even, if we include the Broody Fruities. But this is definitely shaping up to be one of the most chaotic and aggressive MEA championships to date.
Or translated into super hella exciting, right? Because that is exactly what we're having right here. But of course, the excitement is not going to stop here. Well, it is going to end for today because we've played all 6 our matches. But be sure to join us back again tomorrow as we venture into day number 3, the second last day of the MEA Championship. And of course, it is going to be filled with even more insane action. We've seen it just stack up compared to day 1 moving into today. So tomorrow is going to be even more insane. So be sure to join us for all the action. Until then, remember to stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all back again tomorrow. Fit in your box. Why you try to box me? And I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith.